Chapter 652. Wei Guoforan had entered Jing in the 7th month. Zhao Qing Emperor had used the Empress name to summon the mother and daughter pair from the northeast. His wariness of Dongjing Wang could be seen. Wei Guoforan had entered Jing not just to eliminate Zhao Qing Emperor's suspicions of her son, but to choose a legal Wang Fei for Dongjing Wang, who was over 30 and still single. In less than a month, the Empress had summoned Jiang Shi and her daughter to the palace a few times. In front of them, she had mentioned a few daughters of noble families. There were those from scholarly families, those from prestigious families, and those from the nobility of Jing City. All of them were talented, beautiful, and virtuous. It was clear that she wanted Wei Guoforan to choose from among them. Once she made up her mind, she would ask the emperor to decree the marriage. Wei Guoforan heard all of them were good, but didn't have any intentions of making a decision. When she returned to the Fu and Jiang Mia asked, the old foreign smiled coldly and said, "Luckily I came. Otherwise, the emperor might have found some kind of embroidered pillow for your eldest brother." Wei Guoforan hadn't been back to Jing for more than a decade, but that didn't mean she was deaf. She didn't like any of the noble daughters that Empress Rue had mentioned. Her eldest son was accomplished in both literature and martial arts. He was one of the best men in the world. He should have a good woman that was worthy of him. Then what kind of wife does mother want to find for eldest brother? Jiang Mia massaged her mother's shoulders as she asked curiously. Madame Wei closed her eyes and leaned back. Her temperament can't be soft. As the daughter-in-law of our Jiang family, she must first be strong. Otherwise, if a delicate girl starts crying every time the wind and rain hits her, your big brother will definitely get sick of it. This talent can't just have a face and a reputation for talent. The most important thing is to be able to help your eldest brother. This requires her to have broad vision and shrewdness. Her family background can't be too good either. Otherwise, the daughter raised will have her eyes at the top. How can she marry far away to live in our Ningdong city? She will think about her paternal family in Jing City every few days. Sooner or later, she will side with outsiders. She heard that the emperor had the intention of marrying the young princess of Xiang Prince residence to her son, but Lady Wei politely declined. The Jiang family did not need a daughter of the royal family to flatter them. The emperor's niece may be good in the eyes of outsiders, but in her eyes, she was just a troublemaker. She was marrying a wife for her son, not inviting a Buddha to come home and worship her. Luckily, for some reason, the emperor had given up on this rotten idea. Rue Empress didn't even mention the name of that. She went Junju in front of her. Standing behind her mother, Jiang Mia's eyes darted around, and she suddenly burst out laughing. Madame Wei's train of thought was interrupted, and she asked in a bad mood, "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Mia moved closer to her ear and said, "Mother, I do know of a person who has to abide by these rules and regulations." Madame Wei opened her eyes with a whoosh. In the palace, at dusk, Emperor Zhao Qing and the great Tidian sat on the balcony of the imperial garden, admiring the red maple leaves. The attendants were all waiting downstairs. No one dared to disturb them. "Have Jing Chun and the others left the capital?" The great Tidian answered. Looking at the time, they have already reached the outskirts. The maple tree beside the building was very tall, its branches and leaves extending to the balcony. Emperor Zhao Qing could touch it with his hand. He casually plucked a leaf and muttered to himself, "Zhen has sent those death warriors to protect them in secret. Jing Chen's skills are high. I'm not afraid they won't be able to deal with any danger." Originally, he shouldn't have been in a hurry. He had found the calamity of great and the life destroyer. With these two people in his hands, he could use a more reliable method to ferret out the traitors one by one. But something had just happened in the palace, and he couldn't wait any longer. He had to quickly take care of those people who were in the way so he could focus on planning what he wanted to do. The great Tidian didn't seem to notice that Emperor Zhao Qing's mind was wandering. He lowered his head to drink his tea, savoring the taste in each sip. The three of them left the city in the afternoon. After 2 hours of travel, the sky darkened. The coachman driving the carriage was mute, but he knew the way very well. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, he gestured to Jing Chun and pointed out a small path to the nearest village. They hurried along slowly and settled down before the sky turned dark. The population of the small town was less than 2,000. There was only one inn in the town, and there were few guests. Behind the guest rooms on the second floor was a cow shed. The smell wasn't very good, but they weren't picky, and it was better than sleeping on the side of the road. The 3 guest rooms were next to each other. Yushu slept in the middle room. If something happened in the middle of the night, Jing Chun and Shui Rui would be able to respond immediately. It was worth mentioning that Jing Chun somehow convinced Emperor Zhao Qing to send several pairs of eyes to follow Yushu and Amling and didn't follow them out of the city. Before going to bed, Yushu checked the doors and windows again. She was worried and placed a few teacups in the middle of the window crack. If someone wanted to sneak in through the window, she would wake up if the cup fell to the ground. She didn't want to be like the unlucky imperial envoy who was killed in her dream. In the middle of the night, Jing Chun was sleeping with his clothes on. Hearing a knock on the door, he turned over and sat up. He opened the door without saying a word. Seeing the person standing at the door, he didn't ask why he came. He turned sideways to let him in and then closed the door. Shui Rui placed the candle in his hand on the table and sat down. When Jing Chun closed the door and stood opposite him, Shui Rui then raised his head to scrutinize Jing Chun's expression. The first sentence that came out of his mouth was a question, and it was also very certain. You're planning to use Shu as bait? Jing Chen's calm eyes had a slight fluctuation, and his long breath paused for a moment. Shui Rui's question made him recall that a few days ago, the great Tidian came to find him at Taishi Tower for a secret talk. He said that they had found the accomplices of the traitors in Taisher Library. He said that they couldn't act rashly and could only force them to walk into the trap. He said that if they couldn't catch this group of traitors as soon as possible, sooner or later, they would attack Yushu. Therefore, they made arrangements for him to find an excuse to bring Yushu out of the heavily guarded capital to lure the traitors out of their hole. I will protect her and won't let anything happen to her. Listening to Jing Chen's half-admitted answer, Shui Rui was so angry that he laughed. So you lied to her and said that you wanted to find the princess tomb to look for Yinhua. When he heard about this from Yushu, he guessed the truth. He advised her not to go, but she didn't listen, so he could only follow her. I didn't lie to her. Jing Chen's voice became low. I did come to look for my father. He wouldn't listen to the Tiao's words. They all thought that he was a puppet who would only listen to others. He would believe whatever they said, and he wouldn't doubt what they didn't say. Then, he would let them think that he didn't think that there was something strange about the death of his parents 20 years ago. He would let them think that he didn't know that his father was still alive. He would let them think that he didn't realize that the serial murders in Taisher Library might be related to his father, who was still alive. He didn't think about using Yushu as bait to lure those traitors out. He just wanted to find his father, Yinhua, and ask him why he was the one who had no control over his life. He wanted to ask him what was fake and what was real. Then, you would give her an explanation. Shui Rui said coldly. Then you used her as a cover so that the emperor could rest assured and let you leave the capital. The emperor knew best whether Yinhua was dead or not, and the Tiao should also know about it. That was why they dared to use such a big bait and push Jing Chun and Yushu out. They were not afraid that Yinhua wouldn't take the bait. Jing Chun was not stupid at all. When Yushu told him that Yinhua was not dead, he didn't show it, but he dared to take Yushu and risk going to the princess tomb to seek confirmation. Because without Yushu, he couldn't leave Anling City alone. Without Yushu, Yinhua might not show up. Don't you feel a little guilty for using her like this? Shui Rui could see Jing Chen's steps clearly, but he couldn't understand his actions. You can think whatever you want. Jing Chun didn't refute his words. He turned his head to look next door and said slowly, "You can go and tell her the truth now. I won't stop you." Shui Rui shook his head and said, "Tell her she will go with you. I know Shu better than you. She might be afraid of death, but at the same time, she was also brave. She could take the risk to see Yinhua once. Even if she knew that she was being used by Jing Chun, she would not retreat. So whether he told her or not, the result would be the same." Jing Chun turned his head and looked at him. Shui Rui stood up and said, I won't talk too much. You're on your own. After Shui Rui left, Jing Chun was not sleepy at all. He blew out the white candle left by him and sat on the bed to meditate until the rooster crowed. At dawn, the three of them had a simple breakfast in the small shop and immediately set off. Nothing special happened along the way. When they arrived at the enchanting, they happened to be in time for lunch. When they arrived at the enchanting, they were close to the princess tomb. If they left the city and walked north, it would take them at most an hour. It would be faster if they rode a horse. Shui Rui chose a restaurant not far from the city gate to stay. He stored the horses and went to the backyard to check out the rooms. After that, they went to the front of the restaurant to order food. The restaurant was facing the street. The county was a small county with a concentrated population. The area around the city gate was especially lively. People came and went in broad daylight. There were endless hawkers. There were also beggars in ragged clothes on the street. Some of them squatted in front of the restaurant and stretched their necks to smell the aroma of the food and wine from the restaurant. They were so hungry that their eyeballs almost fell out. Before Yushu and the others went out, they had prepared a change of clothes. But they were coarse clothes and cloth towels. The three of them sat in this bright restaurant, and it was very eye-catching. There were really no such beautiful people in this small place. They were obviously not locals. They didn't eat well last night. Yushu ordered a table of dishes without wine. She listened to the waiter and ordered 2 soups, one sweet and one salty. When the dishes were served, Yushu smiled and pointed them to Shui Rui. She said, This restaurant really knows how to fool people. The corn soup is called Golden Dew, and the egg soup is called Phoenix Ball Soup. They dared to ask for 1 tael of silver each. They made me think that I haven't tasted the good food before. When I get back, I will change the menu of our Wangji building and come up with a few more dishes that can scare people. Shui Rui hadn't even opened his mouth when someone at the neighboring table snickered and answered. Young brother, you're obviously a guest from outside the city with a single glance. You don't know that this inn is a famous and scrupulous inn in the vicinity of 5 kilometers. Since they've encountered fat sheep like you, they'll definitely rip them off. Yushu heard the voice and looked at the person who interrupted. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It was a young man in a grasshopper's green short clothes. He was about the same age as her. He had a ponytail. When he spoke, the corners of his mouth and eyes would curl up. He was full of vitality. Chapter 653. The restaurant was open for business, but it was called an unscrupulous restaurant in public, which damaged its business. The restaurant would definitely not accept it. The waiter who was serving must have asked for an explanation in front of the meeting. Sir, how can you say that? Our humble restaurant has always been honest and fair in our business. We don't force anyone to buy or sell. Why is it a scam in your mouth? The young man raised the corner of his eyes and pointed at the 2 bowls of soup on Yushu's table next door. He said, How much is an egg? How much is a corn cob? How much is this soup that's cooked with such little ingredients? You actually have the nerve to charge people 2 taels for it? Don't think that we don't know that there are a lot of dishes in this restaurant that are scamming people. You purposely pick out dishes from outsiders. When the dishes are served and people fall for it, do you not want to charge them? As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Yushu and the other 2, acting as if he was defending the injustice. Brothers, Zhao Xiaozhu was being a busybody today. This table of food and wine is on me. Seeing that Yushu and the others were treating them for free, the surrounding guests looked at the dishes and wine on the table and began to discuss. However, the young man named Zhao Xiaozhu had something else to say. He immediately asked the waiter to return the 2 bowls of soup that were selling dog meat and sheep's head. If you don't return these 2 dishes, don't even think about getting any money for your meal today. Humph. With that, the waiter looked at Zhao Xiaozhu, as well as Yushu and the other 2, as if he was looking at a group of people who were eating and dashing. He immediately ran downstairs to look for the innkeeper to stand up for them. The customers upstairs stopped eating. They put down their chopsticks and waited quietly to watch the show. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Xiaozhu took the initiative to sit down and called out to Yushu and the others as if they were close friends. Eat your food. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Yushu watched him singing a one-man show alone for a long time. Jing Chun and Shui Rue had no intention of continuing. Fearing that he would be left out, she kindly said, "Young Master Zhao, thank you for your kindness just now. However, we can still afford this meal. After all, it's better to avoid trouble when we're outside. I won't trouble you." Everyone could hear the reluctance in her words, but Zhao Xiaozhu acted as if she was missing a chord. She smiled at Yushu and waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry. It doesn't matter. I don't find it troublesome. When the shopkeeper comes later, I'll explain it to him." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter who went to the shop just now came back with the shopkeeper. Behind him were a few tall and burly men, all of them with fierce expressions. "Which one's on to eat for free?" The shopkeeper did not stand on ceremony. As he sized up Zhao Xiaozhu, Yushu, and the others who were dressed in coarse clothes, he said, "Why don't you ask around and find out what this place is?" Zhao Xiaozhu replied loudly, "It's me. What can I do?" The shopkeeper laughed angrily. "Our little shop is open for business. Those who come are customers, and those who pay are the bosses. You're poor and have no money to spend, yet you come looking for trouble. Don't blame me for not treating you well. Ah Hu and Ah Xiong, invite these customers to the back and talk to them." With that, the men who were obviously hired thugs responded and rolled up their sleeves, ready to take them away. Jing Chun put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was about to stand up when Yushu held his arm. In that split second, Zhao Xiaozhu, who was sitting at the same table as him, had already stood up and kicked one of the men in the waist, sending him tumbling. "Ouch! How dare you hit me? Beat him up!" The innkeeper shouted, and the remaining waiters rushed forward. Punches and kicks had no eyes, so these people assumed that Yushu and Zhao Xiaozhu were in cahoots with each other. Without any explanation, they threw punches at them. Shui Rue pulled Yushu away from the table and took a few steps back. In the next moment, Zhao Xiaozhu flipped the table, and the soup splashed out, causing the surrounding customers to scream. A fight broke out. Yushu had behind Shui Rue, while Jing Chun stood in front. If anyone dared to approach, he would sweep them away with a palm. No one could get close. Zhao Xiaozhu's punches and kicks were not weak. Fighting 1 against 5, he managed to defeat all of them in a short while. Even the arrogant shopkeeper, who ran away with his head in his hands, was not spared. He was lying on the ground, howling. The restaurant was in a mess. More than half of the customers had run away. Only Yushu and the other 2 were left. After fighting, Zhao Xiaozhu jumped down from a table and called out to them while panting, "Pack your things and come with me. We can't stay here anymore." The shopkeeper of this restaurant is the brother-in-law of the 3rd concubine of the magistrate. We'll be at a disadvantage if we bring him to the yamen. Let's go, let's go." Jing Chun frowned slightly. Yushu turned to Shui Rue and said, "Big brother, second brother, and I will go to the back to get our luggage." After he finished speaking, he dragged Jing Chun and ran towards the backyard, leaving Shui Rue to deal with that young man who saw injustice on the road. The 2 of them walked to the back stairs. Jing Chun slowed down and called out to Yushu, who was running away excitedly. "Are we really going with him?" Just now, based on Yushu's reaction, he was certain that there was something wrong with a young man named Zhao. He was probably after them. Otherwise, with her temper, she would not let others stand up for her when she was being blackmailed. In the end, she would have to run away in a panic. Moreover, when he was fighting just now, he observed the surroundings. Other than them, there were 2 other tables of customers who were tricked and ordered the egg soup and corn soup. Why did the young man choose their table to act chivalrously? Of course we have to go with him. Yushu turned her head and revealed a sly expression. "Who knows? We might be able to see the person you want to see in a while." Jing Chen's expression froze. He could not help but grab her sleeve and said hoarsely, "You mean, this person is me?" "Shoo." Yushu raised her finger to her lips and gestured. She could not hide the excitement in her eyes. Jing Chun heard her lowering her voice and said, "You and Brother Shui both practice intermartial arts. Not to mention my brother. If there was anyone following behind our carriage and stalking us, they would definitely be discovered by you. You might not have noticed, but we waited for a long time for the dishes we ordered to be served. At that time, the hot dishes on Zhao Xiaozhu's table were already cold. This means that he arrived here before us. There was no stalking, but he could wait one step ahead in the restaurant. What did this mean? Yushu's heart was burning. She could almost foresee that there was a person who could predict the future behind Zhao Xiaozhu. Along the way, she had been thinking about several possibilities of finding Yunhua's whereabouts, but she almost forgot that they had left the heavily guarded Anling City. Yunhua might take the initiative to approach them. He was a living and breathing EZ. Who could predict things better than him? Yushu did not finish her sentence, but she understood when she saw Jing Chen's eyes light up. She urged him to go back to his room to get his luggage. She slung the 2 bags on her shoulders and led the horses to meet up with them. She left the mute coachman behind. "Brother Shui, brother Yu, go this way. Do you see that small river in front? My house will be across the river. I have a lot of empty rooms, enough for each of you to stay in." On the small road in the suburbs, Zhao Xiaozhu led the way. Yu Shu, Shui Rue, and Jing Chun followed closely behind. Half an hour ago, they ran away from the restaurant in County and followed Zhao Xiaozhu out of the city. Shui Rue struck up a conversation with Zhao Xiaozhu, and he easily found out about Zhao Xiaozhu's background. This 15-year-old young man claimed to be an orphan. When he was 5 years old, he encountered a famine. His parents brought him along to flee to the capital region, but they were beaten to death by villains. Fortunately, his foster father passed by and saved his life when he was on the verge of death, and he raised him until he grew up. Yushu interrupted. "So, your adoptive father is a hero? I just don't know his name." "I might have heard of him before." Zhao Xiaozhu's face relaxed when he mentioned the sad past. He laughed and replied, "You guessed wrong. My adoptive father doesn't know martial arts. He can't even carry a bucket of water." Yushu had already subconsciously substituted Zhao Xiaozhu, her adoptive father, with Yunhua himself. When she heard his teasing, she could not help but imagine a frail middle-aged scholar with fluttering sleeves. "I'm confused. If he doesn't know martial arts, how could he save you from the hands of the evil people?" Zhao Xiaozhu grinned at her. "I still have a brother." Yushu was puzzled. She was about to ask again when they reached the river. Zhao Xiaozhu dismounted and wrapped the reins around his hand. He shouted at them, "We're going to cross the river. Follow me closely. Don't take the wrong path. Be careful not to fall down and not be able to climb back up." Yushu looked up. There was a river in front of her. It flowed east-west and was no more than 30 feet wide. The water was clear, and there were rocks floating on the surface for people to cross. It did not look deep. Even if there were ditches at the bottom, it would not cause people to drown. Zhao Xiaozhu's words sounded more like a bluff. She lifted her foot to follow. Shui Rue pulled her gently and said, "I'll walk in front." Chapter 654. Since Zhao Xiaozhu had said so, even if Yushu did not take it seriously, she did not intend to take the risk. She walked behind Shui Rue obediently, and Jing Chun was at the back. The 3 of them led their horses and moved from one floating rock to another until their feet stepped on the grass on the other side of the river. After walking past a small patch of rocky beach, a large forest blocked their view. Yushu looked up and saw no signs of human habitation. Forget about the many empty farmhouses that Zhao Xiaozhu had mentioned. She did not even see a thatched hut. "Why don't I see where your house is?" Yushu asked. Zhao Xiaozhu bent down and plucked a blade of wild grass. He put it in his mouth and pointed at the dense forest in front of them. "My house is in this Wangxi forest. Let's ride on the horse, and we'll see in a while. When we reach my house, I'll personally cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Hey, you're in luck. I just caught a wild rabbit yesterday." He spoke in a cheerful tone as he led the way into the forest while talking to himself. He did not notice that the people behind him did not immediately follow him. Instead, they stopped in their tracks. Jing Chun turned his head and looked at the river that they had just passed by. He looked like he was deep in thought. Shui Rue led the horse closer to Yushu. The 2 of them communicated with their eyes. Should we continue walking? They had followed to find out what was going on. If they continued walking into the forest, No one could tell who would be waiting for them. Perhaps it would be Yinhua, or perhaps it was the culprit behind the 3 murders in Taisher Library. Yu Shu touched Little Red, who had its head lowered as it chewed on the grass. She thought about it and nodded at him. Before they set off, she had used the 6 recombinant lines and the time of calamity to predict the good and bad luck of this trip. In case she accidentally fell into a trap, she would not have to worry about her life just based on the divination. As long as she did not die, there was nothing to be afraid of. She turned her head and wanted to call out to Jing Chun, but she found that he had already walked in front of her without hesitation and followed Zhao Xiaozhu. This forest was much larger than Yu Shu had imagined. The deeper she went, the taller and thicker the trees became. They stood upright in the wilderness, their roots scattered all over the place, blocking the sky and the sun. It was difficult to tell the direction, as if she had fallen into a maze. What Zhao Xiaozhu meant by almost there was that they had ridden through the forest until sunset before they heard him shout in front of them. "Godfather, I brought a friend back." Surrounded by layers of giant trees, there was a courtyard surrounded by a yellow fence and a door made of rattan. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a row of square stone houses. The trapezoidal roof was covered with unknown vines. At first glance, it looked like a green dragon was coiled on the roof. There was probably a flower garden in the east corner of the fence. A few gorgeous white chrysanthemums climbed over the top of the wall and stretched their waists to their heart's content, bathing in the light of the setting sun. A desolate figure stood behind the flowers. His long mottled hair was draped over his body. He held a flower spoon in his hand and sprinkled it on his chrysanthemum cheeks. His casual posture revealed a sense of concentration. Yu Shu and the other two's gazes immediately focused on that person. They stared at him without blinking until he turned his head. They subconsciously held their breaths. It was a man who looked a little slovenly. His grayish-blue robe was loose and loose. He was very tall, and his skin was very white. However, he had a pair of thick, black eyebrows that cut into his white sideburns. Under these handsome eyebrows, he had a pair of the most romantic peach blossom eyes. When you looked at him, you couldn't help but have some wild and fanciful thoughts, as if you were in his heart. If this is Yinhua, Yu Shu thought. She somewhat understood why Princess Liua, who was doted on by many, wanted nothing more than a man. There was a type of man who could make her lose her virginity with just one look. The middle-aged man in front of them was very likely to be Yinhua. The three's emotions fluctuated as they stood outside the fence in a daze. The one who was the most excited was none other than Jing Chun. Yu Shu was walking beside him. When she turned her head, she could see that his widened eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time she saw such an eager expression on his face. On the other hand, Shui Rui appeared to be much calmer than the other two, because Yunhua did not have much of a relationship with him. When Zhao Xiaozhu introduced them, he cupped his fists and greeted the middle-aged man who was sizing them up. "Sorry to disturb you." The man smiled faintly, and the lines of time spread out from the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and shifted his gaze away from them. He gestured at Zhao Xiaozhu with his hand, then turned around and returned to the stone house in the middle with the bucket used to sprinkle water and fertilize. Shui Rui was stunned. Then, he heard Zhao Xiaozhu explain to them in a cheerful voice, "My foster father can't speak. He asked you not to be offended. Please come in." As he spoke, he threw away the reins and patted the horses but lightly. The horse obediently entered the courtyard. "He is a mute." The three of them were stunned. Shui Rui was the first to react. He patted Jing Chun, who had all his thoughts on his face, and said nonchalantly, "The courtyard isn't big. There isn't much room in the yard. We could tie the horse outside." Even though Jing Chun had thousands of questions to ask, he was still rational. He knew that he could not rashly go forward to identify the man, so he followed him in silence to find a place to tie the horse. Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui was giving her a look. She passed her little red horse to him and followed behind Zhao Xiaozhu. She wanted to get close to the man first. "Xiaozhu." Yu Shu no longer called him young Master Zhao. She looked around the fenced house and asked Zhao Xiaozhu in a low voice, "Xiaozhu, what's your foster father's surname? What is your adoptive father's surname? How should we address him?" Zhao Xiaozhu was squatting by the water tank, scooping up water to wash his face. He told her in a muffled voice, "My foster father's surname is Feng. His nickname is Mr. Yinya. You can call him whatever you want. He's very friendly. If his surname is Feng, shouldn't his surname be Yin?" Yushu remembered that Yun Huazi's real name, when he participated in the Yin examination, was Yun Mufeng. She followed suit and bent down to wash her hands. She continued to ask, "I see that your place is so secluded and your foster father loves gardening. Could it be that he's a master who hides himself from the world?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiaozhu wiped his face, raised his head, and squinted at her. Yushu was stared at by him for a while. She thought to herself, "This Mr. Yinya looks like he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Then we shouldn't rush forward to identify him. What if he's not? What if he refuses to admit it? Whether he is or not." Yushu's heart was like a cat's paw. The truth was right in front of her, just one step away. It made her heart itch unbearably. Shuirue sent Jing Chun to a faraway place by the fence. He instructed, "Don't be anxious. Even though we've seen him, we can't be sure if he's who we think he is. Don't be impatient. Let's see what he's up to before we make our next move." Jing Chun looked in the direction of the stone house. After a while, he reluctantly nodded his head. Shuirue looked at his restrained expression and laughed at himself. He said, "At least you know that your father is still alive." Jing Chun blinked his eyes and looked back at him with a puzzled expression. He probably felt that his sudden emotion was a little strange. Shuirue did not explain. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Chapter 655. Yushu and her group settled down at the Gue residence. Zhao Xiaozhu's sworn brother was away from home, so there were 3 empty stone houses, enough for each of them. Mr. Yinya, who was suspected to be Yun Hua, was a mute. Yushu was scratching her heart to find out if he was the other disciple of Taoist Qing Zhang. She could not say it out loud, but she did not give up trying to get closer to him. Shuirue called Jing Chun to help Zhao Xiaozhu chop firewood, fetch water, pluck chicken feathers, and prepare dinner. Yushu strolled around the fence and came to the door of Mr. Yinya's room. She glanced inside and pretended to knock on the wide, open wooden door. The stone house was not big, and the walls were slightly uneven. The light green bricks with polished edges were all the same size, as if someone had cut them out like tofu. There were no calligraphy or paintings on the walls, but there were a few tapestries made of animal fur, decorated with brightly colored bird feathers, which gave the house a rustic feel. There was a wooden couch in the middle of the room, and a stone table and a stone bench under the bright window. Mr. Yinya was sitting on the low stone bench, his hands rubbing something. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and saw Yushu outside the door. He smiled and waved at her with a kind expression, asking her to come in. Yushu was stunned by his smile. This kind of handsome middle-aged man was really lethal. He could practically kill anyone from 80 to 8 years old. Mr. Yinya did not know how to speak, but there was no harm in him communicating with Yushu. There was a pen and paper on the stone table. He invited Yushu to sit on the other stone bench, put the things in his hands into a box, and picked up the pen and paper to write for her. Yushu stared at his handwriting, but she could not find any clues. She had seen one of the exam papers that Yun Hua had participated in 20 years ago, but for someone like her, who had only held a brush for a year, to be able to distinguish different handwriting was not reliable at all. Fortunately, what he wrote was in plain language. "Why did you come to Xian from the capital?" Yushu glanced at the paper and asked in surprise, "How did you know that we are from the capital?" As soon as Zhao Xiaozhu returned, he went into the kitchen and did not have the chance to introduce them to his godfather. Mr. Yano unhurriedly continued to write. "I can hear your accents." Yushu laughed dryly. She thought to herself, "Keep pretending." She purposely said, "It's the day of my brother Jing's mother's death. We're here to accompany him in paying our respects. In fact, tomorrow is the wedding day of Princess Lu Yu and Yunhua Ez. It was also the day when a woman would lose her lifelong love." Mr. Yin did not expect that she would be so blabbermouth. A layer of mist appeared in his deep eyes. Yushu observed his expression. It was clear that he did not hide it, but she could not decipher whether it was sadness or pain. "You are all good children." He looked down and slowly wrote on the paper. This made Yushu, who was waiting for him to give himself away, feel a little embarrassed. She inexplicably felt that she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. She touched the tip of her nose and pointed to the wooden box on the table, changing the topic. "What were you doing just now?" The wooden box was wide and shallow. The color of the edges was worn off. The lid was half open, but Yushu could still recognize that there were a few clay figurines inside. They should be human figures. Unfortunately, the lid just happened to block the upper half, so she could not see whose face it was. Is this a clay figurine?" She looked up at him. Mr. Yin, he had already recovered from his momentary loss of composure. He did not cover the wooden box and picked up the brush. The thin joints on the back of his hand could be seen. "It's my family." Yushu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She could not grasp the clue, so she stared at the words on the paper in a daze. When she recovered from her stupor, she found that he was looking at her. That kind of penetrating and probing gaze almost made her mistakenly think that he knew everything about her. How could it be? Zhao Xiaozhu's shout of "dinner is ready" came from outside the door. Yushu could not find out anything from Zhenren Yinyi, but her intuition was telling her that this was Yunhua. Dinner was a feast of wild mushrooms. Zhao Xiaozhu cooked a good dish. Unfortunately, everyone at the table had their own worries and did not have much appetite. He was the only one who ate happily. At night, the forest quickly became cold. Zhao Xiaozhu chopped firewood to boil a large vat of hot water and sent a bucket of hot water to each of their rooms. The three of them were travel-worn, especially Yushu. It was inconvenient for her to go out, so this was really considerate. Yushu closed the door and windows and simply washed her head and feet with warm water. Just as she changed into clean clothes, someone called from outside. "Shu, when you're done packing, come next door. We have something to discuss." It was Shui Rue. "Okay, I'm coming," Yushu quickly responded. She tidied up her underwear and put it into her luggage. She tied up her hair again before she pushed the door open and went out. Next door, Shui Rue and Jingchun were both there. Zhao Xiaozhu was there as well. "Big brother, what's the matter?" "It's like this," Zhao Xiaozhu interrupted. "Brother Xiaoyu, I heard from Brother Jing and Brother Shui that you'll be heading to the area near the princess tomb tomorrow to pay your respects. But that place is close to a valley, the terrain is remote, and there are many beasts in autumn. You don't go there often, so I'm afraid you'll get lost. I'd like to go with you. Won't it be too much trouble for you?" Yushu looked at Shui Rue and Jingchun, seeking their opinion. Jingchun did not say anything, but Shui Rue patted Zhao Xiaozhu's shoulder and said, "Xiaozhu has good intentions. It's indeed difficult to find the way in the deep forest. I've discussed it with Jingchun, and we've decided to ask him to be our guide. Xiaozhu's archery skills are excellent, so if we encounter beasts, we'll be safer." Seeing that Jingchun did not object, Yushu nodded in agreement after some thought. She thought that Zhao Xiaozhu's actions might be Mr. Yinya's idea. It was fine for him to follow them, but she did not understand what they were trying to do. They couldn't just say it directly, but had to beat around the bush to make others suspicious. The four of them agreed to set off at dawn the next day. Zhao Xiaozhu returned to her room, leaving Yushu and the other two to look at each other. Yushu glanced outside the door. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Jingchun understood and walked a few steps to the door. He leaned against the door frame, and when he heard Zhao Xiaozhu's light footsteps walking away, he signaled to the other two. Shui Rue sat down and said, "Shu, how likely do you think this Mr. Yinya is Yun Huayi's son?" Jingchun also looked at her without blinking. Yushu glanced at him and said hesitantly, "Before we ate, I chatted with him for a while. Based on his bearing and appearance, if Yunhua Yi's son is still alive, it might not be impossible. Also what?" Jingchun's voice was a little nervous. "I mentioned your mother in front of him, and I saw that he seemed to be very sad. He did not look like he was indifferent," Yushu said truthfully. Jingchun's crossed arms clenched tightly. He turned around and said in a low voice, "I'll go ask him." "What do you want to ask?" Shui Rue said coldly behind his back. Ask him if he is your father who should have died 20 years ago." Jing Chen froze. Shui Rui continued mercilessly. "Do you think he will admit it and then happily reunite with you as father and son? Do you know why Yanhua faked his death and why he hid for 20 years for no reason? Do you think he refused to reunite with you because he has a heart of steel or because he has his own difficulties?" It was rare for Jing Chen to be impulsive. After being ridiculed, he calmed down and returned to the house with a gloomy look. Yushu saw that the two of them were a little awkward, and she did not know what to say. She could only look at Shui Rui. Seeing him shake his head at her, she thought about it and understood that he did not want to say it in front of Jing Chen. So she said, "Are we going to the princess tomb tomorrow?" The purpose of their trip was to find the whereabouts of Yanhua. Now that the person suspected to be Yanhua had appeared, was there still a need to go to the princess tomb? It was just that Zhao Xiaozhu would follow them, and Mr. Yinya would not go with them. Whether he is or not, I have to pay my respects to my mother, Jing Chen said, then turned around and left. Yushu felt that she had said the wrong thing just now, and she looked embarrassed. How could she forget that Jing Chen was different from them? His mother was buried in the princess tomb, and he had to pay his respects. What should I do? She looked at Shui Rui gloomily. Shui Rui looked at the empty space outside the door. He slowed down his voice and said to her, "Have you forgotten that someone wants your life?" Yushu did not know what to say. When she arrived here, she was only concerned with excitement and did not think about her family's life for a moment. Shui Rui's words reminded her, if Sir Yinya was Yunhua, then not only was he Jing Chen's father, he was also most likely the mastermind behind the murders in Taisher Library. Once he found out that she was the one who had lost her life, wouldn't her little life be in danger? Zhao Xiaozhu may seem to be straightforward, but he is not stupid. When we were preparing dinner, I asked him about what he said, but there is no way to know if they have figured out your background. So, you have to be careful when you bring him with you tomorrow, in case he attacks you. When Shui Rui spoke like this, he'd obviously guessed the worst, and he'd taken Zhao Xiaozhu's willingness to travel with them as an opportunity to kill her. No. Yushu moved to sit next to Shui Rui and directly denied his guess. She moved closer to his ear and secretly told him, even if he is Yunhua's son and has no mistakes, he does not have the ability to predict that I am a killer. Shui Rui gave her a questioning look. Yushu smiled and extended her left hand in front of him. I have this. Shui Rui's gaze moved towards her hand, and he saw that her fingers were well-proportioned and slender, and there was an inconspicuous wide silver ring on the end of her index finger. He knew that there was a black-colored ring beneath the ring, and it was something passed down by that expert master of hers that he'd only heard of but never met. However, she didn't know exactly what use this ring had earlier. I forgot to tell you, she whispered to him mysteriously. This ring is the same as the treasure in fifth Uncle Xian's hand, Zhugetong. It can be used to deceive and block people's sight and hearing. If you wear it close to your body, no one can predict it. Hearing the details, Shui Rui was quite surprised. But after listening to Yushu's detailed explanation of the ring's function, it was the same as the legendary treasure worn by the emperor. So you can rest assured, Zhao Xiaozhu following us to the princess tomb should not be to target me. Shui Rui believed that Yushu would not joke around with her life, so he was relieved. As for what Mr. Yinya's intention was, they could only take one step at a time. After the exchange, Yushu went back to rest. She still had to ride the horse early in the morning. She was also tired. She sat on the edge of the wooden bed and was about to turn off the light to sleep when she found a piece of white paper under the oil lamp at the bedside. She had seen Mr. Yinya right before dinner, so she recognized that the ink color was the same as the handwriting. She hurriedly pulled it out and saw that there were only 4 lines written on it. Chapter 656. Yushu tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. When she finally managed to fall asleep, it was already dawn. Zhao Xiaozhu was the first to wake up. He knocked on every door to wake them up. Even the horses tied outside were fed with fodder by him. This kind of attentiveness was rarely seen. Yushu went to the courtyard to get some water to wash her face. She saw that Mr. Yinya's door was closed, and he was right in front of her. When the cold water splashed on her face, she shuddered and instantly woke up. She had been hesitating all night, but now she made up her mind. She took the risk to follow Jing Shun out of the capital for the sake of Yinhua Yizi, seeing that she was only one step away from the truth. If she continued to be overcautious, she might miss this opportunity. She wiped her face and saw Shui Rue and Zhao Xiaozhu walk to the door with their horses. She turned her head to look at the stone puddle beside the water jar. She took a deep breath and stomped on it. She then cried out in pain and sat on the ground while hugging her numb calf. Aya! Shui Rue heard the cry and quickly ran in. Zhao Xiaozhu followed behind him and saw her fall on the slippery stone floor. Shu, where did you fall? Shui Rue crouched down and supported her. Jing Chun, who was tidying up the incense and candles, also ran out when he heard the noise. Yushu frowned and pretended to be in pain. She covered her ankle and said, "The floor is too slippery. I sprained my ankle. Ouch, it hurts." Shui Rue saw this and didn't suspect anything. He carried her into the house. Jing Chun put down his hand that was raised and silently followed. Yushu sprained her ankle and couldn't walk. Naturally, she couldn't ride a horse. Although Shui Rue was worried about leaving her behind, he had no other choice. The mountain road was dangerous. A horse carrying two people couldn't go far. Shui Rue has always been suspicious of Mr. Yinya. In the current situation, he has the intention to persuade Jing Chun to postpone the worship, but before he could open his mouth, he was blocked by Yushu's words. "It's all my fault. I'll come all the way here, but I can't accompany you to burn incense for Annie. Big brother, please apologize to Annie's grave for me." "Jing Chun, I'm sorry." Jing Chun shook his head. There was only worry in his eyes, but no complaint. At this point, Shui Rue didn't know what to say. He thought about the ring on her finger, looked at Yushu's face, and smoothed her hair. "You stay here. We'll be back as soon as possible." Zhao Xiaozhu interrupted. "Don't worry. There's food at home. Brother Xiaoyu, when my master wakes up, tell him that we won't be back by noon. You can heat up the food and make do with it. I'll cook something delicious for you at night." Yushu watched them leave one by one. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She finally followed Mr. Yinya's instructions and stayed behind. It wasn't that she was so honest that she would sew her mouth shut if he didn't allow her to say it. It was just that based on her understanding of Shui Rue, if he really showed her the message Mr. Yinya left for her last night, he wouldn't let her stay alone no matter what. They traveled together with Jing Chun, but they each had their own goals. She didn't know what was most important to Jing Chun, but she believed that to Shui Rue, her safety was number one. As for her, the most important thing was to unravel the mystery of the Book of Fantasy Maiden. After Shui Rue and the others left, Yushu sat on the bed alone. She reckoned that they had already gone far away, and the courtyard was very quiet. She waited for about 10 minutes, but there was still no movement outside. She could not sit still any longer, so she got off the bed, put on her shoes, and went to look for them. When she arrived at Mr. Yinya's door, it was actually open. The morning light shone brightly. He was still sitting under the window. His hair was loose, and he was wearing a coat. He was holding a clay sculpture in his hand. He was motionless, as if he had been sitting there for the whole night. The way he sat there made people not want to disturb him, but Yushu didn't have the patience to wait any longer. "Sir." Yushu strode up to him and handed him the piece of paper that she had placed on her bed last night. She questioned him. "This is Sir's handwriting. May I ask why you made me stay here so sneakily?" His body moved, as if he had woken up from a dream. He put the clay sculpture back in his hand and closed the box. His white hand picked up the ink and walked around the dried inkstone. He picked up the brush and wrote. "Can you answer a question of mine first?" "Ask away." Yushu sat opposite him. She took a look at the paper and his expression. She was already mentally prepared. It wouldn't be so easy to get an answer. When he moved the brush and a question appeared on the paper, it made Yushu, who was prepared to be troubled by him, confused. "Who are you?" He didn't ask Jing Chun, didn't ask Shui Rue, didn't ask why they came, but asked who she was. Yushu raised her head and met his gaze. She found that he was using the same gaze to look at her. It was the same yesterday. He looked at her as if he had already guessed her background. So this question was just to verify it. Under his bewitching gaze, Yushu forced herself to calm down. She put her hands on her knees and answered, "My surname is Yu, and my name is Shu. I am from Yang. In the 13th year of Zhaoqing, I came to the capital to take the imperial examination. I am a Dayan female diviner and a 4th class Ishur. Now I'm working in the Celestial Commissioner." Her confession didn't contain a single lie. It was very detailed. However, she didn't see the words satisfied on Mr. Yinya's face. On the contrary, he sighed silently and picked up the brush again. "I have never seen a face like yours in my life. It seems right, but it's not. It doesn't matter if it's a blessing or a curse. Let me make a wild guess. You should have no parents, no siblings, no time of birth, and no time of death." These deductions were very damaging and too unreliable. This made Yushu, who had been waiting seriously, suddenly laugh. Just as she was about to shake her head to deny it, she suddenly froze. A thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Her mother was still alive, and she also had a younger brother. But strictly speaking, they weren't her real relatives. They were the blood relatives of the unlucky girl who died in the Ji family's ancestral hall. If she were to calculate her background, her father, mother, and younger brother were indeed not in this world. Also, her birth date and 8 characters were not used. Wasn't this called not knowing the time of birth? In her previous life, she died an unnatural death. After being reborn as a human, she also fulfilled the saying, not knowing the time of death. Yushu suddenly felt a little out of breath. She had hidden her deepest secret. Not even Shui Rue had told her about it. But at this moment, it was as if she was completely naked and exposed in front of Sir Yinya, causing her to have nowhere to hide. But why? She clearly had the black ring given by Taoist Qingzhong, but the other party was able to calculate her background? Yushu was momentarily shocked. It was hard for her face to not show some expression. When Mr. Yinya saw it, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care how frightened she was, but he wrote a sentence on the paper and pushed it over. "I'm done asking. If you have any doubts, just say it." Yushu's mind was in a mess. She couldn't calm herself down after taking a few breaths. She could only pinch her thigh and silently remind herself that she was just imagining things. That was why she didn't say anything stupid. "To tell you the truth, we came to Xian to look for a person. May I ask if you know this person? Maybe you know his whereabouts. Who are you looking for?" "Yinhua Ez, who passed away 20 years ago," Yushu said word by word. Then, she saw the person in front of her calmly write 3 words on the paper. "I am him." At this moment, Yushu simply didn't know how to describe her feelings. Even if she intuitively felt that Mr. Yinya was Yinhua when she saw him, the impact of his own admission still made her lose her composure. She stood up abruptly and almost knocked over the wooden box on the side of the stone table. "Mr. Yinya, no, she should call him Yinhua now." He reached out his hand and pressed the wooden box. He pushed it further into the table. He raised his head and smiled at her. A few fine wrinkles appeared at the corner of his eyes. This smile, strangely, made the incomparably excited Yushu relax. Her train of thought returned to her mind. This person really was Yinhua. That's great. Yushu had 100 questions in her heart. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know where to start. She glanced at the wooden box in his left hand and had a flash of inspiration. She blurted out, "Sir, can I have a look at this box?" Yinhua hesitated for a moment, then pushed the box towards her. He nodded and let go of her hand. Yushu hurriedly took it and opened the lid. She saw a few clay figurines inside. They were of different heights and sizes. Each of them was made to look lifelike. She counted them. From left to right, there were a total of 4 figurines. Looking closely, 2 of the figurines had the shape of a woman. The other 2 small figurines had the shape of a child. She observed for a while before speaking again. "Sir, you told me yesterday that the figurines inside are your family members. Is this the princess?" She pointed at one of the 2 female figurines, the one who wore a long dress and had a pleasant smile. Yinhua nodded. "What about this one? Is she your sister?" She pointed at the other woman with a slender figure. She had a vague guess in her heart. Yunhua shook his head and wrote, "They're all my wives." Then this one must be the pitiful first wife that she heard from the storyteller in the tea house. Yushu silently mourned for these two women who had wrongly given their lives. "Are these two children Sir's sons?" Yinhua nodded. Jing Chun was the child of him and the princess. The other one was Jing Chen's brother, whom he had no chance to meet. "Since you're not dead, why did you hide here for 20 years? Why did you not meet your family? Why did you think of them when you saw these things? Since you led us here, you must have recognized that Jing Chun is the son of you and Princess Liyue. You met your father and son, but you did not recognize him. Why?" Yushu had a good first impression of Yinhua, but when she thought that he was a man who would do anything to achieve his goals, even to the point of abandoning his wife and son, she calmed down and interrogated him aggressively. Yunhua lowered his head and wrote, "Someone wants my life." Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, "Sir, are you hiding because you are afraid of death?" Her tone was contemptuous, but Yunhua was not angered. He still had a straight face and wrote, "I am a person who deserves to die. My death is not to be regretted, but my last wish has not been fulfilled, and I am not resigned to my fate." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She finally got to the main topic. She did not want to directly ask about the Book of Mystic Fairy, so she waited for Yunhua to speak. His last wish was most likely because he could not fulfill the old man Qing Zheng's order to destroy the Book of Mystic Fairy. "What is your last wish?" Yinhua did not raise his head and wrote on the paper. It was a large piece of white paper. Most of it was filled with words, leaving only a few empty lines at the bottom. His words were smaller, and his calligraphy was more sloppy than before. Yushu could only see it clearly when she got closer. Chapter 657. Shui Ruwei and his companions left the labyrinthine forest. Once they crossed the river, they were watched. Jing Chun sensed that there were people following them, but he did not make a sound. While Zhao Xiaozhu was not paying attention, he hinted at Shui Ruwei. Emperor Zhaoqing had promised not to send anyone to escort them, but there were still people following them in secret. Although this group of people was far away, they could not hide from Jing Chen's sensitive senses. As soon as they entered in Xian, he had discovered their tracks. He knew that their mission was not only to protect him, but more importantly, to capture the traitors with ill intentions. Originally, Jing Chun did not care about this group of people, but after seeing Mr. Yinya, he had another layer of worry. He hoped that the man was his father, but he was also afraid that it was. Ever since Yushu told him that Yunhua was not dead, he had thought of many reasons. Why did his father fake his death to hide it from the world? Who knew that his father was not dead? Uncle the Emperor, the great teacher, and the seniors of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Did they all know? Everyone knew that Princess Liyue died of illness. Yunhua died for love, and both husband and wife passed away. But what was the truth? He had many suspicions, but he was afraid that his father had some connection with the traitors. If that was the case, once his father's whereabouts were exposed, would the emperor let him go? Would his father be in danger? Jing Chun, Shui Ruwei called out in a low voice, interrupting Jing Chen's worries. "Did you not sleep well last night? You don't look well." "I'm fine." Shui Ruwei glanced at Zhao Xiaozhu, who had run ahead to open up the path. He tugged at the reins and approached Jing Chun. He walked alongside him and spoke in a casual tone. He said in a casual tone, "I think that the river behind us is a bit strange. If there is no one to lead the way, it doesn't seem easy to cross it. You know formations, did you see any clues?" Hearing this, Jing Chun thought for a moment and turned to look at Shui Ruwei. He said, "I didn't pay attention, but I think it's not that simple. Mr. Yan Yi lived in such a remote place, so he must have some means to protect himself. That river and forest must have some kind of concealment technique, making it difficult for ordinary people to find him." With this reminder, Jing Chen's solemn expression eased. Upon seeing this, Shui Ruwei let out a calm smile and did not speak further. "Hey, you!" Zhao Xiaozhu turned around and shouted at them, "Ride faster. At this speed, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the place by nightfall." The two of them looked at each other, then urged their horses to catch up and quicken their pace. On the other side, on the river that was the only way back to the forest, several masked men who were trying to cross the river lost their footing and fell into the water. They had obviously crossed the river by stepping on floating rocks, but after walking for a few feet, they missed their footing and fell into the river. What was even more unexpected was that at the bottom of the clear and clean river, there were actually many green-skinned, flower-coated longworms. They were densely circling at the bottom of the floating rocks, and just one look at them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Without exception, the people who fell into the water were bitten by the snakes. The snake's venom spread extremely quickly, and with just a slight movement, it made people feel pain all over their body, and they could not help but sink to the bottom of the river. Therefore, these unlucky people who stayed behind were almost completely annihilated because of this strange river. Just as Jing Chun and the others rushed to the princess' tomb without stopping, Yu Shu sat in front of Yin Hua and listened to his story. It was a story about Yin Hua's son, a story that few people knew about. Speaking of which, you and I have some fate. Before I changed my name to Changzhou Yin Mufeng, I was from the hinterland of Jiangnan, Yang City. When I was ignorant, my family met with an accident, and I was adopted by my master since I was a child. He taught me to become a human, and after my studies were successful, I obeyed my master's orders and married a girl who was my childhood sweetheart. She was my first wife, Madame Han. When she heard this, Yu Shu was already 200% sure that Yin Hua was her senior brother, the first disciple that Taoist Qing Zheng had accepted. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world that they both met in Yang City? My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and he is like a second parent. After I got married, he ordered me to go to Anling to do something for him. So I left my new wife behind and went to the capital to take the examination. Who knew that this trip would be the last time I saw him? Yu Shu did not need to ask around to guess what Qing Zheng had entrusted to him. Unless it was related to the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens, how could it have led to a fatal disaster? When Yin Hua recalled these past events, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Even though 20 years had passed, he had been regretting it day and night, and he had long numbed himself. He was talented, and his master had taught him meticulously for 20 years, allowing him to look down on everyone at a young age. Once he entered Anling, he was like a fish in water. While others were preparing for the examination, he had already made a name for himself in the capital. He gained royal power and wealth, and he even had a female confidant. Before the grand examination, I lived in a fragrant residence by the Jade Lion Lake. Every day, people came to visit me, and some even came to provoke me. One day, a young girl dressed as a man came and wanted to discuss with me. I talked about yin and yang with her in front of the door for 3 consecutive days, and before I was satisfied, I invited her to be my guest. Later on, I found out that she was the beloved daughter of the late emperor, Princess Le. Those who studied Yi were naturally free and unrestrained, and Yin Hua was even more outstanding. He did not reveal Princess Lu Yue's identity. If she did not speak, he would just pretend that he did not know and befriend her. To think that I was so conceited, and it was the EZ back then, but I did not foresee this. After I won first place in the grand examination, my name spread throughout the world, and what followed was an imperial edict to betroth me and Lu Yue to me. Overnight, I became the emperor's son-in-law. He was the EZ of the grand examination, and he became the leader of all the EZ in the world. He did not need the title of emperor's son-in-law to make it better. He only wanted to become the celestial commissioner so that he could fulfill his master's wish. If he became the emperor's son-in-law, he would not be able to enter the court. So how could he be willing? Moreover, he already had a good wife, so how could he marry another? At that time, I was appointed by the celestial commissioner to go to the palace to meet the emperor, but I refused the emperor's favor. The emperor was furious and accused me of despising the emperor's favor, so he sent me to the heavenly prison. There was also a villain who accused me of cheating in the grand examination, causing me to be in trouble. He was tortured in the prison and almost lost his life. When his life was hanging by a thread, Liyue, came to visit. She felt guilty and knew that she could not force him, but in order to save his life, he agreed to betroth her to him. Everyone fears death, and so do I. Yinhua said this indifferently. Yushu felt the same way, and she also felt emotional. So what if he was the EZ? Under the imperial power, he was still at the mercy of the emperor. The world is unpredictable. After I married Liyue, the former emperor probably wanted to make it up to me, so he allowed me to enter the Celestial Commissioner to discuss official business. This was exactly what I wanted. I wanted to complete my master's request, so I had to find an item in the Celestial Commissioner. Therefore, the title of EZ Yinhua became his weapon to deceive others. It allowed him to enter and leave the Celestial Commissioner freely. The title of Emperor's son-in-law also gave him special privileges that others did not have. He had to admit that if it was not for Liyue, he would have searched for another 8 to 10 years and still not had the chance to see this item. Did you find it in the end? Yushu finally could not help but interrupt. She had been in the Celestial Commissioner for a few months, but she did not even catch a shadow of the book of mystery made in Lurun. If she could find out its whereabouts from Yinhua, it would be the biggest reward of this trip. Yinhua looked up at her, his left hand gently stroking the box of clay figurines. There was a self-deprecating look in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. Chapter 658. On the way out of the capital, Yushu had imagined countless scenarios. After she found Yinhua, she had to find out the secret of him while hiding the fact that she was the life-breaker. If Yinhua refused to tell her, she would have to use the relationship between them to impress him. Who knew that before she could even play her trump card, Yinhua had already blasted her face full of blood with a golden flower. It was actually in his hands. As expected, he was the eldest disciple taught by that old monster, Qingzhong. Compared to the ferocity of this eldest disciple, she was really weak, okay? Watching Yinhua casually turn over the page of his narrow escape after stealing the treasure, Yushu could not imagine the thrill at that time, but she was sure that he had lost too many things because of it. The identity that was admired by thousands of people, the woman who was infatuated with him, his flesh and blood, and even his voice were probably destroyed in that accident. Yushu suddenly felt pity for him. She should have paid more attention to the thing in his hands, but when she opened her mouth, she asked an irrelevant question. You regret it, don't you? Yinhua sighed, changed another piece of paper, picked up the pen, and wrote, My family was separated, my family was ruined, and I implicated the innocent. How can I not regret it? Yushu thought that the innocent he was referring to must be Princess Le, his wife, Han, and his eldest son whose whereabouts were unknown. As for Jing Chun, after so many years, you did not dare to recognize Jing Chun. Did you not try to find Han and her son? With your ability, have you not divined their whereabouts? Yinhua felt pain in his eyes. He shook his head gently and wrote, At that time, I left the Yang for the capital. I did not know that my wife was pregnant. I changed my name to Changzhou's Yin Mufeng and entered the capital for a few months. Only after Dian released the results, I quietly asked someone to send a letter to my hometown, and then I staggered into prison. When I married Liyue, I received a reply from my hometown. In the letter, it was written that my wife, Han, was pregnant and asked me when I would return. I felt very guilty, but I could not tell her the truth, so I could only entrust my distant best friend to take care of my wife and child. What happened next? I entered the Celestial Commissioner's office to discuss matters. On one hand, I began to inquire about what my master had ordered me to find. On the other hand, I also participated in the battle for the throne. He knew that this was dangerous and that he would be killed. That's why I don't even write letters to my hometown. So I have no way of knowing when Madame is about to give birth or when my child will be born. After all, he was immortal. Even if he could foresee the future, he was still immortal. How could he predict the affairs of the world? It was laughable that he was so smart and conceited that the people of the world admired him. His name, EZ, was recorded in the historical records, yet he could not even protect his own flesh and blood. The 12th year, the 8th month, I divined that I already had a son, and only then did I know that Madame had given birth to a son for me. However, Madame's fate was very dangerous, and I was very worried. At that time, the late emperor was old and sick in the palace. When it was time to appoint the crown prince, after my marriage with Liyue, I naturally supported her brother, the emperor, and the Prince of Xiang. As an EZ, he was known as the world's EZ. He was also granted special privileges by the late emperor, becoming the unprecedented Celestial Commissioner's prince consort. At that time, there were rumors that the late emperor intended for him to take over the position of the Celestial Commissioner, so several princes eyed him covetously. Since they could not win him over, they deliberately tried to frame him. I was afraid that someone would find out about my wife and child in my hometown and use it to threaten me. However, the battle for the crown prince was at a critical juncture, and there were countless spies outside the prince consort's mansion, so I did not dare to act rashly. At that time, I had a treasure called Zhuge Tong, which had a strange ability to confuse and deceive people. I sent my confidant to secretly send a letter to a friend's mansion, and entrusted him to find someone to send this item to my wife in my hometown, and then send the mother and child elsewhere to settle down. Who would have thought that I was one step too late? At the beginning of the 13th year, I divined for Madame's safety as usual, but unexpectedly, I knew that she had already died. The ink spread on the paper, and Yunhua's hand that was holding the brush trembled slightly. Yushu could see his deep regret from his reddened eyes, and she could not bear to see him continue writing. Yunhua's writing brought her a lot of information, and the rights and wrongs that happened 20 years ago were emerging step by step. She combined the relevant people and events, and already had a speculation. Zhuge Tong was now clearly in the hands of Xian Lishan. The discord between Xian and Xian Lishan, father and son, was most likely because of Yunhua's entrustment. Based on her dealings with Xian Lishan these days, she could tell that he was not a treacherous villain, but Xian might not be the same. Then, it was most likely that Yunhua had sent someone to deliver the treasure to the Xian mansion, but in the end, Xian intercepted it. Xian Lishan only found out afterwards, so in a rage, he had a falling out with his father and was kicked out of the house. He refused to return for more than 10 years. While she was distracted, a few more paragraphs appeared on the paper in front of her. Madame has passed away, and the fate of my child is unknown. I am disheartened, and have already begun to think of retreating. It's funny that on the night of the Shangyuan festival, I had to force a smile and rush to the palace banquet. After I got drunk, I returned to the Celestial Commissioner and accidentally entered the Taishi Tower of the Great Tipping Point. From there, I accidentally peeped into the sky above the inner courtyard, and there was a natural phenomenon. I knew that there must be a treasure hidden here. He suspected that the thing that his master wanted him to find was hidden there, so he stayed at the Celestial Commissioner for days and nights, using the name of official business to deceive others, and forgot to eat and sleep to calculate the location. Finally, he locked onto a treasure in the Kunling Bureau of the Celestial Commissioner. Then, he made a thorough plan and found a good day to hide in the dark. Taking advantage of the night, he burned down the treasure. As he expected, not long after the Kunling Bureau caught on fire, the Great Tipping Point, who was staying at the Taishi Tower at that time, was alerted. He hurried over and brought people to put out the fire. When the fire was extinguished and smoke still lingered in the air, the Great Tipping Point could not wait to go in alone to check, and he took advantage of the chaos to follow behind. His throat was damaged because he hid in the sea of fire for too long. When he found the place where the treasure was hidden and took it out, I took action. I poisoned him and knocked him out and stole the thing that he had on him. It was exactly what I wanted. After Yushu understood what happened, her cruelty towards Yunhua reached a new high. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. Previously, when she predicted Yunhua's life and death, she predicted that he encountered a fire in the 2nd month of the 13th year of Baodai. It turned out that the fire was set by himself. Then how did you get away after that? The Kunling Bureau caught on fire inexplicably, and it was impossible for no one to notice after that. The Celestial Commissioner and the Supreme Court were not just decorations. Without Zhuge Tong to protect himself, Yinhua could only leave at that time, because he would definitely die if he stayed. On the second day after the incident, the palace ordered the city gates to be sealed, and the people were not allowed to enter or leave. Then, the mansions of dozens of officials under the Celestial Commissioner were put under martial law by the Imperial Guards, and even the mansion of the Emperor's son-in-law was not spared. Who did not return to the mansion on the night of the fire will be found out after a check. But at that time, I had already hidden in the ditch near the city gate. When it rained the next day, I followed the sewage drainage in the city and escaped from the city through the underground. This made sense. XIN, you secretly gave her Yunhua's birth date and 8 characters, saying that he was still alive at the beginning of the 13th year of Baodai. She only heard the news of his death 4 months later. In fact, Yunhua set fire to the Kunling Bureau in February, and since then, he disappeared. As the Emperor's son-in-law set fire to the Celestial Commissioner, and this scandal was suppressed. Later, Princess Liyue gave birth to Jing Chun in April, and then she passed away. In order to cover up the truth, it was announced that Princess Liyue had died first, and Yunhua committed suicide by taking poison for her, creating a sad and beautiful story that was passed down to this day. Who knew the truth behind the whole incident? It was simply a tragedy. Yu Shu, out of self-awareness as a woman, could not help but question him. You just left like that. Have you ever thought about how Princess Liyue and the child in her womb will live in the future? There were waves in Yunhua's eyes. Liyue, he really did not know whether to love or hate her. As early as when they first met, he knew her feelings and told her that there was already a good wife in his hometown, but she still insisted on asking the late emperor to appoint a marriage. He only mentioned the matter of his wife in his hometown to Liyue. After that, he did not believe that what happened to Madame Han and her son had nothing to do with her. However, this woman died violently after giving birth to his child, burying a lifetime of glory and wealth. Yu Shu saw that he was silent, and it was not good for her to continue being aggressive. After all, it was not her turn to fight for justice. After listening to the story, the atmosphere was a bit off, and she had a cough to break the silence. Since you have told me so much, I will tell you the truth. In fact, Big Brother and I accompanied Jing Chun to Xian not only to visit the princess grave, but also to find her whereabouts. Yesterday, when we met Zhao Xiaozhu in the Xian restaurant, we suspected that it was Mr.'s doing, so we beat him at his own game. I think only Mr. has the ability to foresee the future. I wonder how much Mr. knows about our purpose in coming here. Yunhua had already confessed his identity, so he did not speak in riddles with her anymore. He wrote, I know Jing Chin's birth date and 8 characters. After I settled down, I would do divination for him from time to time. A few days ago, I observed the stars and saw that Ziwei was fighting and the ghost constellation was bright. I knew that a debt of sin was approaching. I divined that there was a man and a woman by his side, so I asked Xiaozhu to wait in Xian County. If he saw the 3 of them together, I would lead him here. Yu Shu was puzzled. There are many groups of 3 in the restaurant. Why is Zhao Xiaozhu sure that it is us? Could it be that he has seen Jing Chen before? Hearing this, Yunhua got up and went to the stone cabinet at the side. He took out a scroll, painting, and handed it to her. Yu Shu opened it and saw that there was a half-body portrait painted on it. The facial features were vivid, and there was no doubt that it was Jing Chun. The scroll itself turned out to be an imperial notice. When she saw the imperial notice, she frowned. She remembered that half a year ago, after Jing Chun regained his memory, he left without saying goodbye. In order to find him, the emperor posted the notice on the streets of Enling City. It caused an uproar for a while. Unfortunately, she was tied up by the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation, and one of her little fingers was broken. Just as her thoughts wandered, she turned around and saw that there were 2 more sentences on the paper. You were looking for me for 2 things, to save your life and to seek answers. Yu Shu looked at the last 4 words and compared them. She was surprised. This seeking answers was referring to Jing Chun. Could it be that saving my life was referring to herself? The feeling that she could not hide surged up again. She could not help but wonder if Yunhua knew about her background. Was that why he was so generous in telling her so many secrets? P.S. Chapter 659. Second chapter. Look carefully, there is still a chapter ahead. Yushu raised her head and met Yunhua's gaze. She always felt that his kind gaze at this time was more like a hint. Child, I know who you are. I just don't want to expose you. What should she say? Now she was the one asking for help. She was also the one who needed Yunhua to save her life. If she did not confess, did she want Yunhua to guess her thoughts? Yushu was tongue-tied. When she thought about it, she broke into a cold sweat. Her decision to stay here today was practically digging a hole for herself. As long as Yunhua threw the bait in his hand into the hole, she would not need to do anything else, and she would willingly jump into the hole. Seeing that she lowered her head and pondered, Yunhua put down his pen. Yushu did not think for long. Why would Yunhua tell her everything he knew? He had already shown enough sincerity. Now, it was her turn to be honest with him. She had two choices. One was to confess her identity as the life breaker. The other was to mention Taoist Qingzheng. This was originally a very easy choice. Compared to the identity of a junior in the same faction, the life breaker was obviously much more important. However, she was not sure which point Yunhua had guessed. Yushu quickly went through the conversation between the two of them in her mind. She already had a plan in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "Mister, you have great foresight. Yes, I came here to save my life." Yunhua raised his hand and motioned for her to continue. "Mister, aren't you curious how we know that you are still alive?" Yunhua smiled and wrote, "Although I live here in seclusion, I am not completely ignorant of the capital. I have heard that the goddess of Dian can tell the difference between life and death." Yushu thought. As expected, Yunhua is not ignorant of the outside world, especially the people around Jingchun. It is impossible for him to be indifferent. "Mister, have you heard that there have been several murders in Taisher Shuyuan in the past 6 months? The 2 female students who were killed are all related to Jingchun." Yunhua nodded. Yushu observed his expression and found that he was frank, without the slightest hint of guilt. She did not know if he was pretending or if it really had nothing to do with him. "I've known Jingchun for a long time. Both of us saved each other's lives. I won't tell you the details of his life, but I know most of it. I believe that Mr. also knows what I know." At this point, Yushu changed the topic. In this year's Dian examination, astrology will be tested. It was the same question from 20 years ago. I coincidentally obtained Mr. Yunhua's examination paper. Do you still remember what was written at that time? Yunhua looked dazed for a moment. Yushu didn't wait for his reply. Instead, she recited the sentence to herself. There will be a son in his year. Great fortune will bring misfortune. Sir probably didn't calculate it at the time. This troublemaker will be the child of Yu and Princess Liyue. A bitter expression finally appeared on Yunhua's face. Yushu sighed her heart. Fate made fools of people. Yunhua came to the capital for the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, but in the end, his biological son became a key figure in this. Jingchun finished his apprenticeship at Mount Longhu last year and happened to meet me. Later, he was plotted against and exiled on the river to save me. Because I had to attend the examination, I brought him to the capital with me. You shouldn't care how much Yunhua knew about Jing Chen's experience. She only objectively told him what she had experienced together. Finally, she returned to the murder case at Taisher Shuyuan. 2 people died at Taisher Shuyuan. They were both female students taught by Jing Chun. We suspect that the murderer and the one who plotted against Jing Chun and Jiangnan are the same group of people. Those people know that Jing Chun is the troublemaker. Because they couldn't do anything after he entered the capital, they targeted another key figure, which is the life breaker recorded in an ancient book. Yinhua suddenly looked up at her. Yushu didn't hide. I don't know how that group of people judged, but they targeted the women who were close to Jing Chun. 2 people were murdered one after another. However, the murderer is elusive and is still at large. As you can see, I have a deep friendship with Jing Chun. I'm afraid that those people have already targeted me and are waiting for the opportunity to attack me. I don't want to die, so I came to see you, sir. and ask you to give me some guidance. May I ask if you know where the saying troublemaker came from? Did you fake your death and escape from the capital have anything to do with this? Did your master ask you to find an ancient book called the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens? After going around in a big circle, she finally got down to business. Yunhua looked at her for a while with an inexplicable expression. He lowered his head and wrote, "Who told you about the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens?" Yushu's expression was natural. She was afraid that he would see through her. The great teacher told Jing Chun like this. It was recorded in the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens that there will be a troublemaker in the Da and dynasty every 100 years. The fate is related to the survival of the world. It must be broken by the life breaker. If it is a man, he must be killed. If it is a woman, she must marry and have children. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos and the prosperity will be destroyed. Isn't that so? There was a hint of mockery in Yunhua's eyes again. He nodded and then shook his head. What do you mean? Yushu didn't understand. He then wrote on the paper, yes and no. Seeing that he stopped writing, Yushu quickly asked, then what is true and what is false? If Yunhua didn't lie, and he really had the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens, then he should have read the book too many times in the past 20 years. Compared to what Jing Chan found out from the great teacher, Yushu didn't know why she was more willing to believe that what Yunhua said was the truth. Yunhua didn't intend to keep her in suspense. He quickly wrote on the paper, the saying of the troublemaker in the Dun dynasty is true. The saying of the life-breaker is false. If the life-breaker is a man, he should indeed be killed. Killing him will solve all problems. If the life-breaker is a woman, then his pen stopped here. Yushu saw that he suddenly stopped writing at the crucial part. She suddenly became anxious. She stretched her neck and urged, then what? Please write quickly. Don't be anxious, okay? Amidst Yushu's silent shouts, the tip of Yunhua's brush fell down again, but this time, another line appeared. Since you are not a person who destroyed your life, knowing too much will not benefit you. Young people, it is better not to be overly curious. Yushu wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he tease her like this? It was better not to say anything halfway. Yunhua saw all kinds of subtle reactions from her. He felt sad and didn't want to argue with her anymore, lest he made things worse. So, he picked up his pen again. He wrote 2 lines and handed them to her. My child is stubborn. Think about it carefully. If I wanted to harm your life, why would I be so long-winded with you? Yushu was stunned. Yunhua smiled silently. He put down his pen, put the dozen or so pieces of paper he had written on together, and put them in a small basin under the stone table. He lit it and ignited it. After a while, ashes floated in the air. It wasn't until the papers in the basin were burned to ashes that Yushu came back to her senses. She stared at Yunhua with a complicated expression. At this point, if she still didn't know that she had exposed herself, she would really be a pig. It turned out that Yunhua had already seen through her that she was the life-breaker. The reason why he patiently accompanied her in such a big circle was to let her let down her guard and admit it herself. Yushu was very depressed, but she was also convinced. No wonder Yunhua had the ability to find the Book of Fantasy Fairies' 6 Wrens and escape. With this kind of scheming, even if there were 10 of her, she wouldn't be able to catch up. There was only one thing that puzzled her. She wore the treasure of the 7 stars ruler with her. How could Yunhua predict her? If she wanted to know the answer, she had to confess to Qing Zheng, who gave her the black ring. Yushu couldn't make up her mind. Yunhua's family was broken up because of the old man. Would he bear a grudge and vent his anger on her? Your master. Yushu carefully looked at his face and said, he asked you to do such a dangerous thing and caused you to fall into such a situation. Don't you blame him? As you said, he taught you all your skills, so he should be more capable. You left your hometown for him, but he couldn't protect your wife and child. Yunhua's face darkened. He wrote, I chose to go to the capital on my own that day. The master didn't force me. Yushu pondered over his 2 sentences and found that he only answered half of it. He didn't explain why the old man Qing Zheng didn't save his wife and child in time. Obviously, he was deliberately avoiding this point. She felt that there was something strange about it. Before she figured out, it was better not to recognize this senior apprentice brother for the time being. Since the truth had been revealed, there was only a layer of paper left. It was meaningless to hide it. Yushu simply admitted it. Sir, you have confirmed that I am the person who broke my life. I have nothing to hide anymore, but I have a request. Please promise me, sir. Yushu looked at Yinhua sincerely. If he didn't promise, she would kneel down and beg him. Yinhua nodded while grinding the ink and changing the paper. Sir, please lend me the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens. Yinhua seemed to be waiting for her to say this. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, he wrote on the paper, As the saying goes, it's a fair deal. I can lend you the book, but you have to do one thing for me. Yushu cursed in her heart. Indeed, Qing Zheng's disciple loved to give tasks to others. She didn't agree in a hurry, so that she wouldn't be tricked again. She asked cautiously, What is it? As I said before, my eldest son's whereabouts have been unknown for many years. Not long ago, I just got some clues. Please look for him on my behalf and bring him to me. At that time, I will definitely keep my promise. Yushu frowned. She thought to herself, What can I do about an unlucky child that you haven't found for more than 10 years? Sir, you are making things difficult for me, she said. I heard from Zhao Xiaozhu that you have an adopted son who is highly skilled in martial arts. Why don't you let them look for him? I am now in the capital, and there is no lack of spies around me. If I am not careful, I will be targeted, and it will be very inconvenient for me to move around. They have other things to do. Right now, I can only trust you. Moreover, I will not let you work for nothing. If you are willing to look for him for me, in addition to promising to let you read the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens after this, I will tell you a big secret in exchange. Are you willing? Yushu rolled her eyes. When she saw that he was still trying to bargain, she subconsciously wanted to fight for more benefits. She saw Yinhua squinting at her and smiling. His expression seemed to be saying, You're right. Think about it. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. She thought that this person was not someone she could fool. When she came back to her senses, she had already nodded in agreement. Yinhua looked at her with satisfaction. He wrote down the big secret he had told her, turned around, and pushed it in front of her. Yushu quickly looked down. After reading it, a big word appeared in her mind. Worth it. Emperor Anwu left behind a posthumous edict and ancestral teachings. All the emperors of Da, and were chosen from the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens. P.S. Chapter 660. With Zhao Xiaozhu as a guide, Jing Chun and the rest avoided many traps set by the hunters after entering the mountains. They did not waste much time on the road. Perhaps it was because Yushu, the big bait, did not follow them, or because there was a group of death warriors trailing behind them. But no thieves appeared along the way. If we go any further, we will reach the boundary of the princess tomb. The entrance is guarded by the mausoleum guards. We can't go through. Brother Jing, where is your mother buried? Do you know the way? Zhao Xiaozhu reined in his horse at the intersection. Jing Chen looked up at the two precipices and answered, Let's go forward. Zhao Xiaozhu raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Rue. The latter smiled at him and followed first. An hour later, Jing Chun held the token bestowed by the emperor and successfully passed through 2 shifts of guards. He left his horse outside and walked into the princess tomb. After Zhao Xiaozhu recovered from his initial shock, he pestered Shui Rue and asked in a low voice, Brother Shui, where did you come from? Shui Rue asked in return, What do you think? They were already here. What was the point of pretending? Zhao Xiaozhu scratched his ears and cheeks and said, I really don't know. Tell me, didn't Brother Jing want to pay his respects to his mother? But this is the princess tomb. Ah, could it be that the princess buried here is his mother? Shui Rue glanced at him and continued forward. Zhao Xiaozhu did not know that his acting skills were too weak in Shui Rue's eyes. The princess tomb was not big. From the outside, it looked like a small mausoleum. The lower chamber of the tomb was sealed, while the upper chamber was covered with a roof. The tombstone was erected on top. They brought incense, candles, and paper money with them. Jing Chun knelt under the tombstone and burned incense to pay his respects. This was the first time he came to the princess tomb since he came to the capital. It was the first time he was visiting his mother. If he looked into it, it was all because of that lie. If he did not find the person who destroyed his life, he could not love, hate, sorrow, or joy. If he did not calm his heart and forbearance, he would incur natural disasters. He had known about his parentage since he was a child. Later on, he practiced Taoism and martial arts and read the books of the sages. Of all virtues, how could he not know that filial piety is the most important? But because of his sect leader Shifu's words, he didn't even dare to secretly think about his parents whom he had never met. Jing Chun faced the direction of the tomb and kowtowed 3 times. He said quietly, "Mother, I've been waiting for you. This child is unfilial and has only come to see you now." That was all there was to it. After he stood up, Shuirui also stepped forward. He bowed and offered 3 incense sticks. Although he was an elder, he was not a relative, so there was no need for him to bow. Zhao Xiaozhu, on the other hand, came over when he saw that they had bowed. He asked for incense and candles. Jing Chun gave them to him without asking anything. Zhao Xiaozhu knelt down solemnly, muttered a few words to Princess Liu's tombstone, and kowtowed 3 times. He turned around and saw Jing Chun and Shuirui staring at him. He pretended to be confused and said, "It's rare to enter the princess tomb. Can't I kowtow and pray for peace?" The 3 of them did not stay in the princess tomb for long. Shuirui and Jing Chun were worried about leaving Yushu in the return residence. After a short rest, they set off. On the way back, Shuirui secretly reminded Jing Chun to be careful of Zhao Xiaozhu. If he was discovered to be moving, he should be captured immediately. This was also a precaution. If Mr. Yinya really had any ill intentions towards Yushu, they would have Zhao Xiaozhu as a hostage and would not be too passive. But he had underestimated Zhao Xiaozhu's craftiness. Or rather, he had underestimated his familiarity with the terrain of this area. Just as they crossed the mountain ridge and reached the foot of the mountain, Zhao Xiaozhu, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out in fear. He had stepped into a trap. Jing Chun saw him and his horse fall into a pit. He quickly abandoned his horse and used his qin gong to catch up, but he was too late. By the time Shuirui caught up, there was no trace of Zhao Xiaozhu in the deep pit that was covered with fallen leaves and withered wood. Shuirui's eyes darkened. Jing Chun was about to jump down when he suddenly heard Zhao Xiaozhu's laughter coming from the bottomless pit. "I'll send you off, but we have to part ways. I advise you not to chase after me. Go back and find your companions." Hearing this, Jing Chun was the first to change his expression. Shuirui could not hold him back, and he jumped down in the blink of an eye. But he found that there was another world at the bottom of the pit. There were 2 tunnels that extended east and west, leading to an unknown place. Jing Chun listened to the direction that Zhao Xiaozhu escaped in, but he could hear the sound of galloping horses in both directions. It was hard to tell. Shuirui called out to Jing Chun from above to ask about the situation at the bottom of the pit. He pulled a few vines down and used them to pull Jing Chun up. In a short while, the group of death warriors behind them heard the commotion and chased after them. Shuirui and Jing Chun weren't surprised when a group of masked fellows in gray clothes suddenly appeared in the mountain forest. The leader of that group of people walked forward and showed his official seal to Jing Chun. Then he glanced at Shuirui vigilantly and said in a low voice, "I'm Qin Quebec. I'm following His Majesty's decree to secretly escort Daozi and listen to Daozi's orders." Jing Chun took the token and looked at Shuirui. "Leave half of you to chase after him. The rest will follow us back." Shuirui made a prompt decision. The death warriors had gone through the strictest training. They were obedient and not afraid of death. After Jing Chun gave the order, the leader called Qing K quickly divided his men and jumped down the tunnel to chase after Zhao Xiaozhu. The others followed them back on horseback. Before the sun set, they returned to the riverside outside the dense forest where the return residence was located. They were trapped. Qing K called out to her companions who were hiding nearby. Seeing that they had suffered heavy casualties, she stopped Jing Chun, who was trying to cross the river, and explained the danger to him. A large number of venomous snakes lived under the floating rocks on the river surface. Even if one stepped on solid ground and startled these little snakes, they would immediately jump up from the bottom of the river and bite you. Once bitten, you would definitely die within an hour. It was like a top-notch hidden weapon that could not be guarded against. Shui Rui and Jing Chun were shocked when they saw the green corpses bitten by the poisonous snakes. Recalling Zhao Xiaozhu's warning when they crossed the river yesterday, they realized that it was not a joke. Looking at the corpses, they were even more worried about Yushu's safety. The river was about 3 feet wide. Even an expert with excellent lightness skill could not guarantee that they could cross it without any leverage. If they took a detour, it would be dark by the time they entered the forest. Just as they were at their wits' end, Jing Chen noticed Shui Rui looking for something along the riverbank. Not long later, Jing Chen called him over. Pointing to a light purple flower by the river, he said, "We entered from here yesterday." Jing Chen's eyes brightened. "You remember the way?" Shui Rui observed the floating rocks on the river and nodded. "I was following behind Zhao Xiaozhu. I remember clearly that the floating rocks in the water look about the same size. There are actually some differences." Jing Chun immediately said, "All right, show me the way." Shui Rui turned back and looked at him. "I am not completely confident. Are you sure you want to take the risk?" Jing Chun self-deprecatingly said, "I was the one who brought her out. If I hurt her again, I will not regret my death." Shui Rui did not try to persuade him. In fact, it was not that his lightness skill was not as good as Jing Chen's, but that he was afraid of delaying the time. He would be the first to cross the river and would not make an unnecessary move to provoke Jing Chun. "Taoist, why don't I give it a try?" Qin Ke overheard and did not agree with Jing Chun taking the risk. He stepped forward and blocked his way. Within the range of their orders, Jing Chen's safety was their top priority. Jing Chen did not waste time with him. With Shui Rui pointing the way, he brushed away the death warriors in front of him. He stepped on the first floating rock, then the second and the third. Shui Rui walked behind him. Qin Ke hesitated for a while and followed with a few death warriors. They were lucky and crossed the river without any mishaps. Jing Chun flew to the opposite bank halfway and dived into the forest without looking back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Jing Chun," Shui Rui shouted. He frowned and leaped over the last few floating rocks. The death warriors behind him passed him and chased after him. He shook his head helplessly. He did not care about his fatigue and ran into the forest. The sky gradually darkened. When Jing Chun rushed back to the Gue residence, Mr. Yinye was long gone. He found Yushu lying motionless on the bed in his room. He broke out in cold sweat. When he checked her breath, he found out that she was unconscious. Shui Rui didn't run as fast as Jing Chun, but he remembered the way, so he rushed over very quickly. That group of death warriors, on the other hand, was shaken off by Jing Chun and didn't follow Shui Rui. Until now, not a single one of them had appeared. They were probably still wandering around in the forest. "It's okay. She just fainted." Shui Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He panted heavily and went forward to check. Jing Chun moved away from the bed, got up, and walked around the room. Finally, he found a handful of paper ashes in the brazier under the stone table. He rubbed it up and smelled it. There was a strange fragrance, which seemed to be some kind of sleeping smoke. Half of the things in the house were empty. There were only a few winter and summer clothes left in the wardrobe. The rest of the books and ink were all gone. Furthermore, the old horse that was tied to the back of the fenced courtyard was gone. Mr. Yinya left leisurely. After putting down Yushu, he still had the time to pack his luggage. After Jing Chun checked the surroundings, he returned to the stone house. Yushu was still unconscious. Shui Rui confirmed that she wasn't injured anywhere else, so he calmed down and thought about it carefully. He then realized that something was wrong. For example, why did Yushu sprain her ankle before they left and stay behind? They left. Jing Chen did not say to chase after them. It was obvious that they could not catch up. Shui Rui said, "Wake Shu up first. She must know something." Jing Chen nodded. He went forward and poked a few acupuncture points on Yushu's shoulder. After a while, she woke up with a groan. He opened his eyes and looked at the two sweaty men standing by the bed in confusion. Big brother, Jing Chen. Shui Rui smiled at her and asked her gently, Shu, does your foot still hurt? Yushu was choked by his dazzling smile. She instantly woke up. She got up from the bed and looked around. Where was Yinhua? She was shocked and blurted out, Where is Yinhua? Did he run away? After saying that, she felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw the dark faces of Shui Rui and Jing Chen. Her scalp went numb. She forced a smile at them and shrank into the bed. She stuttered, This I can explain. Huh. Shui Rui winked at Jing Chen. The latter understood and retreated to the door in case those men of sacrifice came over and heard something they should not hear. Shui Rui found a teapot in the room. He poured a cup of water and put it in Yushu's hand. He said kindly, I ask and you answer. Make it short, okay? Chapter 661. Yano Mitsusi is Yunhua easy, right? Shui had verified this point the most. Yes. Yushu glanced at the door. Jing Chen was staring at her. His bright and piercing eyes were no longer indifferent. Why did you pretend to have sprained your leg and stay? Yinhua left a note in my room last night. She took out a crumpled note from her body and handed it to Shui Rui. Shui Rui glanced at it, and his eyes flickered. There were 3 of them, but Yinhua only managed to keep Yushu behind for a secret discussion instead of Jing Chen, who was his father. What did this mean? Does he know that you are the person who broke my life? Wasn't she very sure that with that ring, no one could predict what would happen to her when she was alive or after she died? Yes. In the face of Shui Rui's questioning gaze, Yushu could only nod. She did not know how to answer. Yinhua's level was much higher than hers. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. Yinhua, who held the book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, was simply a big bug. Then you are really lucky. Shui Rui mocked her with a hidden meaning. According to their previous speculations, Yinhua was highly suspected to be the mastermind of the 2 murders in Taisha Shuyuan. Yushu was afraid that she would decide to stay behind and testify against Yinhua, and that Shui Rui would settle the score with her later. She quickly changed the topic and said, The deaths of Chao Yuyi and Zhang Shuyuan have nothing to do with him. He is not interested in my life. Shui Rui keenly grasped her sentence pattern and asked, Then what is he interested in? Yushu suddenly hesitated. She looked at Jing Chen and then at Shui Rui. The 2 of them came back too quickly. As soon as she woke up, she was interrogated by them. They did not give her a chance to organize her words and think about what she should say and what she should not say. Before she was knocked out by Yinhua, she had asked him for his opinion. She asked him if she could tell Jing Chen about the past events and secrets that he had told her. Yinhua only gave her 4 words. You decide. Think about it. Jing Chen was not her son. Shui Rui saw her expression and immediately understood. She could not say it in front of Jing Chen. Jing Chen's expression changed, and he finally could not help but say, Did he tell you why he refused to acknowledge me? Yushu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, He said that he had not seen you for 20 years, and he did not know how to face you. Forgive her white lie. Should she tell Jing Chen that his father refused to acknowledge you because he was focused on finding his missing eldest son and was afraid that you would be a burden to him? That was too cruel. Regardless of whether Jing Chen believed it or not, Shui Rui knew that she was lying when he saw her eyes. It was not the right time to argue about it. He asked doubtfully, Why did he fake his death and hide for so many years? Have you found out about it? Because he stole the book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens from the Celestial Commissioner 20 years ago. The Imperial Court has been sending people to kill him. Yushu said this in a very emotional tone. She looked at Jing Chen and Shui Rui's colorful faces and felt a little refreshed. Look, she was not the only one who was shocked by Yinhua. If she told them now that the significance of the book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens to the Dawn royal family was not only limited to the secret of the Dawn Scourge, but also related to the establishment of the crown prince. Without it, the current emperor would not be able to establish the crown prince. Will their eyes pop out? Forget it. Let them slow down. Don't say it first. Yushu was kind enough to hide this part from him. She thought to herself, this trip was really worth it. Not only did I meet Yinhua, but I also obtained so much information. Is the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 Rens in his hands? Shui Rue hurriedly asked. Did he show it to you? After all, he was most concerned about how to solve her identity as the person who broke her life. Jing Chen was also shocked. He stared at Yushu and waited for her to answer. Yushu said gloomily, No, he knows that I am the person who broke my life. How can he let me see the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 Rens so easily? He wants me to promise to do something for him. After the matter is done, he will let me have a look at it. What is it? Shui Rue and Jing Chen said in unison. She was prepared this time and did not stutter. She said to them with a troubled face, He wants me to find a person. Ooh! Yushu shook her head and refused to say more. You are the bait. Don't ask me. This is an agreement between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing this, Shui Rue already had a plan in his heart. Jing Chen did not give up. Did he leave any message for me? Yushu hid the sympathy in her eyes and said to Jing Chen, Yes, he asked me to pass on a message to you. At this moment, Jing Chen held his breath and waited. He said that you should take care of yourself. Don't think about him. When everything is over, you and your son will meet again one day. When she finished speaking, Yushu saw a rather complicated expression appear on Jing Chen's fair face. It looked like he was smiling, but it also looked like he was sad. That's right. Even though Yunhua did not let me read the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, he told me one thing. Yushu said solemnly to Jing Chen, He did not tell you the truth. If the person who breaks the destiny of the great in calamity is a man, he should be killed. If the person who breaks the destiny of the great in calamity is a woman, it is not necessary for the two to get married and have children. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed past Shui Rue's face. Jing Chen was stunned. He mumbled, Is that so? Yushu did not want to discourage him, but she clearly told him that this was necessary. She did not want him to think that as long as she promised to reconcile with him, get married and have children, he would be saved. It was raining heavily. Jing Chen's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. But when he saw Yushu's relaxed expression, as if she had unloaded a burden, he could not say the question that was at the tip of his tongue. How could she be sure that what his father said was true? She did not see the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 Rens with her own eyes, did she? In the next moment, he was secretly ashamed of his own suspicion. He had never doubted the one-sided words of De Tiao, but now he had to doubt his biological father? Yushu turned her head and did not look at Jing Chen's lonely expression. She blinked at Shui Rue, whose eyes were hiding a smile. The two of them tacitly agreed to this good news. They talked for a long time. The sky outside was already dark, but the men of sacrifice who had followed them to cross the river were still nowhere to be seen. It could be seen that the reverse trace tactical array that Yunhua had set in this dense forest was really not easy to break through. If Shui Rue and Jing Chen had not followed Xiaozhu back and forth, they were afraid that they would be trapped outside and walking in circles. Shui Rue lit the lamp in the house and discussed with Jing Chen and Yushu how to explain it to the emperor when they returned. The three of them had almost the same opinion. Under Yushu's continuous brainwashing, Jing Chen had long lost the trust he had in Emperor Zhao Qing and De Tiao. He agreed without hesitation to Shui Rue's suggestion to hide the fact that they had seen Yunhua. After they got the information, Jing Chen got up and went outside to look for the group of men of sacrifice who had traveled quickly. Shui Rue and Yushu stayed behind to see if there was anything in the kitchen that could fill their stomachs. They could not go back tonight, so they had to stay here for another night. Shui Rue still had many doubts about Yushu's words, but he did not choose this time to interrogate her in detail. There were still some leftovers from last night in the kitchen. There were a few steamed buns, which Yushu had steamed. It was cool in autumn, so eating them would not cause a stomachache. However, this amount was barely enough for them and Jing Chen. When Jing Chen returned with a few men of sacrifice, Yushu decisively pretended not to see the messy masked men and invited Jing Chen into the house to eat. That night, Yushu actually had good sleep. Most likely, Xie Yanhua had pointed out a bright path for her. With the book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens in his hands, her next step was to work hard to help him find his son. Although Yanhua left quietly after she fainted, he had left her a special way to contact him. As he had said, because Yushu was a life-breaker who had a common interest with him, he dared to trust her so much and reveal so many deadly secrets to her to win her trust. Yunhua's grasp of people's hearts and his bold and thorough style made her admire him. Eldest senior brother was indeed senior brother Xie. The next day, they set off for the capital. On their way back, they were not in a hurry. They did not have to urge the horses on the way back. They just entered Anling City before the sky turned dark. Then, the three of them parted ways. Jing Chun and Shui Rue first sent Yushu back to Baochang Street. One returned to the princess's residence, while the other returned to the Shui family's mansion. The group of men of sacrifice also disappeared before they entered the capital. They must have gone back to report on the mission. When Yushu returned home, she took a hot bath happily. When she changed into clean clothes and came out, Zhou Hu, who was the supervisor in the front yard, had already found Lu Li and Su Qing. Yushu met them in the study. The two guards with sabers were chosen by her in person. She also asked Shui Rue to check the details and could be appointed. Tell me, did anything unusual happen when I was away for a few days? The two had made a draft on the way here. Lu Li first went forward to report. Nothing important. Yesterday, I drank with my old colleagues. I heard that Prince Ning, who was grounded because of the headless case of the imperial envoy, was allowed to go out by the emperor. I specially went to the gate of Prince Ning's mansion to take a look. The gate was indeed open. Yushu suddenly heard the news. Her good mood instantly flew away, but she did not show it in front of her subordinates. She answered with a and asked Su Qing, "Where's the celestial commissioner?" Su Qing was a little immature. He scratched his ears and did not dare to say anything. Yushu glared at him. "Say what you want to say." Su Qing stood up straight with a whoosh and said, "Master, you and the Right Commander Milord went to Dantian together. There are some rumors in the prison that the Right Commander Milord went to visit the eldest princess' grave, and you went with him. Obviously, the two of you have decided to marry each other. Maybe a good thing is near." Yushu was speechless. It didn't matter if this bullsh asterisk T rumor was the result of someone overthinking it or someone deliberately spreading it. It was enough to cause her trouble. Yunhua was excluded as the suspect of the murder case in Taisha Shiyuan. There was still a group of traitors eyeing her. It was obvious that they were making enemies for her. "Who has bitten my tongue? Go back and make a list for me. Don't leave anyone out," Yushu said gloomily. After asking the questions, she let them go back. Su Qing followed Lu Li out of the gate of Yu's mansion. Then he nervously pulled Lu Li and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, did I say something wrong just now? Did I annoy your excellency?" Lu Li looked at him sympathetically. She patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. You are honest. You should do that." Chapter 662. The leader of the kamikaze warriors, Qin Ke, who was ordered to protect Jing Chen's princess tomb, returned to the capital and reported to the palace that very night. He arrived early and waited in the peaceful palace. The lanterns were lit. In a huge palace, other than the kamikaze warrior Qin Ke, who was kneeling on the ground and narrating the story, there was only Emperor Zhao Qing and Jumu Zhao. When Qin Ke talked about the river, the floating rocks, and the maze in the forest that they encountered, both of them were shocked. They were almost certain that such a strange method must have been used by someone who had been missing for many years. "So you're saying that we didn't catch them and let them escape?" Emperor Zhao Qing's face was dark. The kamikaze warrior Qin Ke bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I am incompetent. The other party had extraordinary methods. Out of 36 kamikaze warriors, 6 died and 5 went missing. We didn't catch the criminal. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Although Jing Chun and the others returned unscathed, the kamikaze warriors following behind them were not so lucky. First, 6 of them were bitten to death by poisonous snakes on the river outside the residence. Later, they followed Jing Chun and the others to the princess' tomb and encountered Zhao Xiaozhu, who escaped into the tunnel to chase after them. None of them returned after that. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Emperor Zhao Qing slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. His face was tense, and it was obvious that he was furious. It's been more than 10 years. We finally lured that thief to show himself again. Who knew that he would be so cunning and escape again? How hateful! Zhu Muzhao was much calmer. In fact, he was not surprised that they didn't catch them. Yinhua, he silently recited the title given by the late emperor. Even though 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, it was still a curse in his heart that he could not get rid of. Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I think there's something fishy about this. I need to call Jing Chun over and ask him about it." Since Yinhua was willing to show up and meet Jing Chun, he would not have come and gone in a hurry without leaving a word or two. He must have some ulterior motive. Emperor Zhao Qing gestured to the kneeling people. "Get out of here." After the palace gate was closed again, he frowned and discussed with Zhu Muzhao, "I am afraid, only afraid that Jing Chun has already acknowledged him as his father and son, and has been deceived by that scoundrel's evil words. Instead, he has a disloyal heart and will turn around to placate me." Zhu Muzhao smiled slightly and comforted Emperor Zhao Qing. "With me here, there is no need for your Majesty to worry." Hearing this, Emperor Zhao Qing suddenly laughed loudly. The dark clouds on his face swept away. He was seen holding his forehead and saying, "Exactly. Look at how anxious I was. I actually forgot about you. My beloved subject's great insight technique has already been cultivated to perfection, able to discern truth and falsehood. Apart from me, who else can lie in front of you?" Each of the 12 aristocratic families in the capital city had their own secrets. The reason why the Zhu family was able to take the lead from afar was because they had a rare technique that had only been passed down for a few generations. It was the great insight technique that could separate truth from falsehood. When Zhu Muzhao was young, he was the #1 genius among the children of the aristocratic families. In the year that Yunhua went to the capital city to take the Dain examination, Zhu Muzhao was only 30 years old, but he was already the left commander of the Celestial Commissioner. He was the next Celestial Commissioner that everyone thought would succeed him. To put it simply, Zhu Muzhao had inherited the Zhu family's great heavenly insight art. He had been cultivating his body and mind for decades, and no one in this world could lie to him. Not even a glance could escape his eyes and ears. Emperor Zhao Qing had the 7-star ruler to protect himself, but it was a different story. Today is a little late. Jing Chun has been rushing back and forth for a few days. Why don't your Majesty summon him to the palace for questioning tomorrow? Fine, there's no hurry. Emperor Zhao Qing listened to the advice and gave up the idea of summoning Jing Chun to the palace in the middle of the night for questioning. Meanwhile, when Jing Chun returned to the Princess Fu, he went to rest. Shuaiyin hadn't seen him return to the Fu for a few days and didn't know where he had gone. When she heard that he had returned from outside, she hurriedly had someone push a wooden wheelchair to find him. However, Jing Chun had someone stand guard outside Sushi Pavilion and had the guard tell her that he had fallen asleep and didn't want to see her. In the end, the next day, Shuaiyin came early in the morning to stop him again. Jing Chun couldn't avoid it and was caught by her. "Xixiang, where have you been these past few days?" Ever since Shuaiyin had suffered a calamity at the Double Suns meeting, the tendons in her hands and feet had been picked off by Ning Wang's subordinates. Until now, she couldn't walk. She could move her hands, but she couldn't lift them. She couldn't even vainly think about divination. Otherwise, with her innate heart of 7 orifices and the treasure of Mount Longhu, the Black Iron Book of Directions, she could calculate where Jing Chun had gone. "You don't need to worry about where I've gone." Jing Chun's mind was full of worries, and he was tired of dealing with Shuaiyin. He wanted to go around her, but she grabbed his sleeve. When he turned around and saw her haggard and aggrieved expression, Jing Chun helplessly said, "I've said before, don't interfere in my matters. If you don't listen, I can only send you back to Mount Longhu." When Shui Yun heard this, her heart sank. She immediately let go of him and didn't wait for Jing Chun to go far before she raised her voice behind him. "Yesterday, the great tipping point sent someone to visit me. He asked if my injuries were better and if I could go out. He invited me to visit the Celestial Commissioner as a guest. I agreed." Jing Chen's figure froze. He turned around to look at her and then left in a huff. "Do as you wish." Shui Yun originally thought that she could force him to submit, but she didn't expect that he wouldn't be threatened. She immediately became suspicious. Wasn't he afraid that she would cause trouble for that, Miss Yu? In the Kunling Bureau, Yu Shu sneezed, and a few drops of saliva splashed onto the marriage invitation in front of her. When Xiao, who was sitting in the corner helping her sort out the documents, looked up at her and suggested, "My lord has just recovered from his illness, so it's not good to work. Why don't you rest in the wing room?" Yu Shu followed Jing Chun to the princess' tomb. Naturally, she had to hide it, so she took a sick leave before leaving. "It's okay." Yu Shu took out a handkerchief and rubbed her nose. She wrote that this was a pair of children from an official's family and didn't make things difficult for them. She put it in a box on the side and stamped it later. At this time, someone came from outside the door. It turned out that there was a message from the palace. A steward of the harem personally came with Imperial Consort Shui's waist token to invite her into the palace to talk. Yu Shu had been busy all morning. When she heard the name of Imperial Consort Shui, she remembered an important matter that she had put at the back of her mind. Not long ago, Imperial Consort Shui was diagnosed to be pregnant. Shui Rui privately asked her for help and asked her to protect Imperial Consort Shui's safety in times of disaster. At the same time, she plotted against those villains with evil intentions. When Yu Shu agreed to this matter, she officially stood on the side of Imperial Consort Shui and helped Liu Tan obtain the throne. Now that she thought about it, her mood was quite strange. If nothing else, she could only blame the big secret that Yunhua had told her at the end. Emperor Anwu had left an ancestral teaching that the crown prince of each generation would be chosen from the Book of Fairy Maiden. Yunhua didn't say clearly how to choose the crown prince, but it was obvious that without the Book of Fairy Maiden, none of these troublesome princes would be able to become the crown prince. They would all go to the side and play. Yu Shu smiled and followed the eunuch away. Thinking about the concubines in the palace and the princes who were fighting fiercely outside the palace, she felt a sense of detachment, as if she was the only sober person among the crowd. She felt light as she walked. Chapter 663. Not long after Yu Shu entered Zhongcui Palace, the news reached Empress Rui's ears. Today, the Empress also had a guest. At the mid-autumn banquet on the 15th of the 8th month, Wei Guofuren had claimed illness and hadn't appeared. Yesterday, she had invited herself into the palace. With this person's status, Rui Empress couldn't ignore her, so she summoned her in the morning. Wei Guofuren had come to the palace for official business, not to chat with the Empress out of boredom. Next month was Wei Guofuren's birthday, and it was a birthday. As the old mother of Dongjing Wang, this birthday banquet had to be organized. But she had other ideas about how to do it. Thanks to the Holy One and Yang Yang's favor, this subject's wife was able to return to Jing to recuperate. At this age, I should have children and grandchildren around me and enjoy my later years. But my disappointing son's fortune is too strong, and I haven't been able to fulfill my wishes. Sigh, this subject's health has been deteriorating in recent years. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the day he is both a son and a daughter. Rui Empress looked at Wei Guofuren, who was only a few years older than her, flaunting her age in front of her. She didn't feel comfortable, but she still responded, "It's your standards that are too high. Ben Gong came to make this connection, and you refused. I really don't know what kind of daughter-in-law you're looking for." Empress Rui grumbled inside. Emperor Zhaoqing had given her this good job to matchmake the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. But it wasn't so easy to choose someone that satisfied the emperor and the other liked. Nyang Yang must be joking. This subject's wife came to the palace today to ask for a favor. Next month, I will be giving birth. Since it's only his mother and son going to Jing, it would be too lonely. So for the liveliness, I want to invite more young children to the Wang Fu to play. Nyang Nyang, do you think it is possible? Rui Empress could see that Wei Guofuren wanted to use the excuse of the birthday banquet to invite all the girls of suitable age to the Fu and personally look at the talents. But she was afraid the commotion would be slandered, so she specially came to the palace to report to her. It had to be said that she had come at the right time. Because of Shui Guifei's pregnancy scare, Emperor Zhao Qing had flared up, and she was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to resolve it. If she could resolve the marriage of Dongjing Wang, wouldn't it make up for her mistake? Therefore, when Madame Wei mentioned it, Empress Rui gave her the green light. Why not? You just have to send out the invitation. How about this? After all, you haven't been back in the capital for long, so it would be inappropriate for you to invite some people. This consort will have Zhang Shu give you some ideas. Princess Chang Shu was the first daughter of Emperor Zhao Qing and Empress Rui. A few years ago, she had married the eldest son of Duke Xiu of the Tao and Guan. With her appearance, no matter what Dongjing Wang Fu did, no one would make wild guesses. Wei Guofuren smiled and stood to thank Rui Empress for the decree. After coaxing foreign of the state of Wei away, Rui Empress heard that the female imperial official had entered the palace again. She knew that Yushu had gone to see noble consort Shui. Her face was expressionless as she turned to order the palace maid next to her. Ask Zheng Shanggong to come over. Noble consort Shui was pregnant and couldn't serve the emperor at night. Next month's book of the Great Earth hadn't been drafted yet. At this moment, she summoned the female imperial officials of the Kunling Bureau into the palace. This would definitely cause the consorts in the Hogong to jump up and down. It was a pity that Sun Guiren had already fallen out of favor. She couldn't distract His Majesty any longer. She didn't know who Zhong Chui Palace would sell to this time. She had to rearrange it. Yushu stayed at Zhong Chui Palace for lunch before leaving. The rules in the palace were strict. No matter how much she faced a beauty like noble consort Shui, she couldn't fill her stomach. She still had to smile and thank her. Noble consort Shui had summoned her this time. One reason was to tell her birth date, and the other was for next month's book of the Great Earth. For the latter, noble consort Shui didn't waste words with her. She straightforwardly told her that starting from next month, the arrangements on the book of the Great Earth were for her to do as she saw fit. What did it mean to do as she saw fit? When Yushu first heard this, she didn't understand. It was the smiling Tao Momo beside noble consort Shui who reminded her, "Official Yu, our empress is pregnant. Starting from next month, she won't be able to serve His Majesty at night. You have to rearrange the extra days." It turned out that this was the iron discipline that Empress Ningxin had set for the women in the harem. In order to prevent pregnant concubines from being spoiled and arrogant, once a palace maid was pregnant, she wouldn't be included in the book of the Great Earth from the month after she was diagnosed. Speaking of which, Emperor Zhao Qing couldn't spend the night in Zhong Chui Palace until noble consort Shui safely gave birth to the dragon child and came out of confinement. Of course, no one could control whether he came or not during the day. Then the extra days would be distributed to the other concubines. As for who to give it to or not, it would depend on noble consort Shui's mood. But noble consort Shui asked her to do as she saw fit. What kind of instruction was this? Yushu couldn't figure out in the palace. After leaving the palace, she planned to ask Shui Rui for advice. It was the middle of the afternoon when she arrived at the gate of the Supreme Court in a sedan chair. The sun outside was a bit scorching. She asked Su Qing to go to the yamen first to see if Shui Rui was inside. Not long after, Shui Rui came out. He had changed into casual clothes and was leading a horse. Yushu stuck half her head out of the small window of the sedan chair and looked at him. "Are you free in the afternoon?" "Yes. If you are free, let's go to the Tower of Forgetfulness." "All right, let's go." Yushu was half the head of the Kunling Bureau after all. It wasn't a problem for her to occasionally miss work for half a day. The Supreme Court wasn't far from Baima Street. On the way, one on horseback and the other in a sedan chair, they arrived after chatting for a while. Sitting in the elegant room, they smoked a pot of good incense and changed into comfortable clothes, shoes, and socks. Yushu sat on the soft chair with her feet up. She held a piece of meat roll in her hand and ate happily. Big brother, what do you think her ladyship means? How should I arrange for next month's Book of Earth? Shuerue knew that she hadn't eaten her fill at noon in the palace and had someone go to the kitchen to bring some cooked food for her. Seeing that she was eating happily and her stomach was a bit noisy, he used chopsticks to pick up chicken shreds and rolled them into the egg pancake. He dipped the pancake in chili sauce and ate a few bites with her. Didn't her ladyship tell you to do as you see fit? Then you can make your own decisions. Yushu poured a mouthful of wine and frowned. It's easy for you to say. There are so many women in the inner palace. Just the ones that are attached to Guifei number at least 10. If her ladyship doesn't say, how would I know which one is honest and which one is restless? What if I promote a person with evil intentions and cause trouble for Guifei? In her understanding, Guifei Shui was in a palace drama of women scheming against each other. One careless move, and the whole game would be lost. Shuerue looked at her groundless worry and couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the clean end of his chopsticks and lightly tapped her forehead. He said in a sweet voice, "You're smart, but you're thinking too much. Let me tell you this, her ladyship is giving you a chance to fish for benefits." Guifei Shui's pregnancy couldn't be listed in the Book of Earth. The entire inner palace was watching. Today, Yushu was called into the palace. It was equivalent to giving everyone a signal. If you want to show your face in front of the emperor, come and find the imperial lady. It was much easier for Shuerue to translate Guifei Shui's meaning. You don't have to worry. Just wait. Whoever is sincere will naturally send them to you. You just have to do as you see fit. If anything happens, her ladyship in the palace will take care of it for you. Chapter 664. Emperor Zhaoqing had been on the throne for 14 years. How many women were there in his palace? When Yushu had just taken office, she had done a calculation. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 imperial concubines. This was all fake. Under Empress Rei, there was 1 first-grade Guifei, 2 second-grade palace concubines, 8 third-grade palace concubines, 32 fifth-grade, and above nobility. Below them were talented women, beautiful women, and virtuous women. Speaking of the dynasty's concubine selection system, it was usually once every 3 years. Young women were chosen from the 13 provinces and counties and sent to Jing after layers of selection. Even if less than a tenth entered the palace, it was still a significant number. The most pitiful were the palace women that these places offered. If they had some family background, they could find someone to rely on in the palace. Maybe they could show their face in front of the emperor. If they were lucky, they could become a talented woman, a beauty, and a master. Otherwise, they would basically be a widow for the rest of their lives. Every month, Kuenling Bureau would redraw the next month's book of Great Earth. There were 30 days in this month. It was fixed that the Empress needed 3 days, the Guifei needed 3 days, and Shufei needed 3 days. That was 1/3. Other than that, the Emperor also needed to rest. Every month, there would be 3 to 5 days to cultivate. If he slept alone, there would only be half of the 30 days left. There were at least 80, if not 100, people lining up to sleep with the Emperor. 15 days wasn't enough. That would depend on the arrangements of Kuenling Bureau. Yushu had studied it. The original purpose of setting up the Kunling Bureau was probably to limit the influence of the imperial harem on the emperor and the previous dynasty. She gave this right to change officials instead of being controlled by the empress. It was for public affairs and private affairs. This also prevented direct conflicts between the emperor and the empress. That was why this rule, which clearly interfered with the emperor's personal freedom, could continue to this day. Before today, Yushu had never thought that she would be able to gain any benefits from her position as the female official of the Kuenling Bureau. It wasn't that she was timid or that she was a righteous person, but that she knew her own limits. She was just a fledgling new official and didn't have the ability to extend her hands into the emperor's inner palace. Even if Shui Rue had said it so directly, and with Shui Guifei's personal promise, she wouldn't be moved. It was impossible for her to accept bribes in the name of compiling the Book of Earth. Big brother, are you telling me to abuse my power for personal gain? Yushu shook her head and said with a smile, "Forget it, I don't lack money to spend. I can only disappoint your highness' good intentions." Even if noble consort Shui was protecting her because she wanted to return the favor and thank her for being willing to stand our boat, she couldn't be blinded by the fame and fortune in front of her. Moreover, she didn't trust noble consort Shui. Her reaction was out of Shui Rue's expectation. He became serious and looked at her. After a while, he understood. "Shu, are you afraid that her ladyship—" "Hey, I didn't say anything," Yushu interrupted him with her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. "All right, I have to ask you to help me find out something." Shui Rue knew of her misgivings and changed the topic. He silently praised her for being more and more thoughtful. There were some things that even he didn't think of, but she could detect them. He didn't dare guarantee that Shui Guifei's words to Yushu to let her borrow the Book of Earth to gain benefits was to thank Yushu or to tempt her greed and seize the opportunity to control her. What does it say it? Yushu poured another cup of wine for Shui Rue and moved closer to him. "Do you have any friends in the Ministry of Appointments who can help me find out which Darren was the Suzhou magistrate between the 10th and 12th year of Baodai?" The Suzhou prefecture was Zhili and had a dozen or so counties under its jurisdiction. Among them was Yiyang City, where Yushu was from. The Suzhou magistrate was to supervise the officials of the Suzhou magistrate who were sent from the capital to the local areas. Shui Rue's expression changed. He raised his eyelids and asked her, "Why are you asking about this?" Yushu said vaguely, "Oh, I have something. Can you help me find out?" She suddenly wanted to ask about the person who was sent to the south to be an official more than 20 years ago. Shui Rue instantly thought of Yinhua, so he didn't want to be easily fooled by her. "Is it related to the person you promised Yinhua to look for?" Yushu knew that she couldn't hide it from him. She hesitated for a moment and simply said, "Yes, it's because of Yinhua." Shui Rue suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Then this person who was once the Suzhou magistrate is the person Yinhua wants you to look for?" Yushu shook her head and said gloomily, "If only it was so simple. I also don't know where to look for that person, but Yinhua told me that if I can find this Suzhou magistrate, maybe I can ask about that person's whereabouts." Her words were incoherent, and it was difficult for Shui Rue to understand. He was suddenly full of suspicion and asked her, Tell me honestly, who exactly did Yinhua ask you to look for? Maybe I can even help you with some ideas." Yushu thought that he was right. She wanted to look for someone, but she couldn't do it in a big way. She definitely needed Shui Rue's help. Yinhua didn't tell her not to tell others. If she told Shui Rue, it wouldn't be considered as a leak. "Well, actually, it's not anyone else. Brother, do you remember the storyteller at the tea house on the street that I told you about?" Yushu mentioned it to Shui Rue with a gossipy expression. What that person said was somewhat true. In the past, before Yinhua went to the capital for the imperial examination, there was indeed a wife in his hometown, and she gave birth to a son for him. But later, he was forced to marry a princess, and he lost contact with his wife and children in his hometown. The person he wanted me to help him find was his eldest son, who had been missing for 20 years. Shui Rue was stunned. Yushu only thought that he was surprised. She sighed and said, "Who would have thought that the story of Yinhua's son and Princess Liyue was actually like this? Poor mother and son. Eldest senior brother was really a scumbag." "Then, what does this matter have to do with the Suzhou magistrate back then?" he asked. Yin Mufeng is the pseudonym of Yinhua's son. He was originally from Yiyang. When he was young, he traveled everywhere and befriended the Suzhou magistrate who had just been sent down at that time. The two of them were close friends. Later, Yinhua married a princess, right? He was afraid that someone would investigate his background and harm his wife and children. So he secretly wrote a letter to the Suzhou magistrate to help him take care of his wife and children. Later, Yinhua predicted that his wife was in trouble and knew that his wife was dead, but the whereabouts of his children were unknown. Could it be related to the Suzhou magistrate, and he saved his children? As Yushu told him about this melodramatic past, she imagined it and analyzed it with him. If you ask me, it's very possible. If the Suzhou magistrate is a true brother who values loyalty, he must protect the child's life. It's best if he treats the child like his own son and raises him until he's an adult. After 18 years, he will tell the child about his past so that he can avenge his parents. Hearing this, Shuai tightened his grip on the wine in his cup, raised his head, and drank it in one gulp. There were all kinds of feelings in his heart, and the corners of his eyes were burning and sore. He lowered his eyes to cover his eyes and could not help but laugh. Chapter 665. In the evening, when Jing Chun found Wang Ji Tower, Yushu was taking care of Shuai, who was drunk, in his room in the backyard. In the afternoon, the two of them came back from work and bought a table of dishes. They were supposed to talk about business, but later on, he was in the mood to drink. Drinking Hua Diao did not satisfy his craving, so he asked someone to bring 2 jars of 20-year-old frozen jade marrow from the wine cellar. As he drank, he became intoxicated. When he insisted that she sit on his lap and feed him, she finally realized that he was drunk. Shuai had always restrained himself and rarely indulged himself. This was the second time she saw him drunk. The first time was when he pretended to be crazy and took advantage of her. Thinking back to that time, she was still in love with Jing Chun and turned a blind eye to his attentiveness. She lied to herself and called him brother and sister, so he did not dare to easily express his feelings. That was why he drank to drown his sorrows. What was it for this time? Yushu sat on the edge of the soft couch and covered him with the blanket that he kicked off. She patted him gently with one hand and looked at his slightly red eyes. His thick eyebrows were furrowed. He had just fallen asleep, but he looked restless. She felt a little distressed and a little puzzled. As she was thinking, she heard Xiaoqing reporting in a low voice that Jing Chun had come. Yushu stopped thinking and asked Gui Qi to guard outside the bedroom. She went out to the tea hall in the backyard to see Jing Chun. You just came out of the palace? Yushu handed the tea to Jing Chun and sent the maid out. Yes. Jing Chun nodded and said, the emperor asked me to go over for questioning. The emperor was there as well. Yushu immediately became spirited. What did he ask you? You didn't spill the beans, did you? The three of them had agreed to keep the fact that they met Yun Hua in the outskirts of Xian a secret and would never mention it to a fourth person. However, Jing Chun was not good at lying, which made her very worried. If he spilled the beans, she would be the unlucky one in the end. Jing Chun hesitated and told her uncertainly, I told them according to what you made up, but I don't know if they believe me or not. Hearing this, Yushu was relieved. She waved her hand and smiled. As long as you didn't spill the beans, it doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Let them guess. As long as we don't say anything, they won't believe us even if they guess something. This lie was made up by her. After they met Zhao Xiaozhu in the Xian restaurant, the emperor said that they entered a hermit's residence. The hermit was an old man in his 60s with a white beard and was good at disguise. He asked them to stay for a night and the next day, and kindly asked his disciple to show them the way to the princess's tomb. Yushu Xiaozhu did not make it, so she stayed. Yushu. Later, when Zhao Xiaozhu escaped underground, he explained that the hermit had sensed that they were related to the imperial court and didn't want to be involved, so he left. Because Yunhua left cleanly, everything that should be taken away was packed away. What was left behind was not enough to be used as evidence. Yushu did not have any psychological burden to instigate Jing Chun to deceive the emperor. Anyway, that was his father. He knew that the emperor wanted his father's life. If he did not lie, would he kill his father? Yushu looked at Jing Chun. During this trip, she realized that he was more humane. He was not as aloof as he used to be. I'm worried that the emperor will ask you again after giving me some advice. You better be prepared. Jing Chun saw Emperor Xiaoqing when he entered the palace today. He could see that the emperor was not very happy. He had asked him to take the risk to leave the capital with the soul breaker, but he had gained nothing. He grew up in Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoism, so he was not sensitive to the relationship between the emperor and his subjects. After he met Emperor Zhaoqing, he felt that he had one more relative in the world and was secretly happy. Emperor Zhaoqing had always treated him well, but as he learned more and more of the truth, he became more and more aware of the reason he treated him well. It was not because he was the only child left behind by his twin sister, but because he had the unspeakable fate of being a great calamity. This caused his heart to feel a bit cold. You don't have to worry about me. I won't say a word that I shouldn't say. Yushu raised an eyebrow. The difficulty of prying words out of her mouth was the same as try to pry open a clam with your bare hands. Jing Chun lowered his eyes and swept over the unnaturally raised pinky of her left hand that was holding the cup. He didn't know what to think, but his eyes suddenly became guilty. Yushu was not blind. She found that the way he stared at her was not right. She became vigilant and glared at him, exasperatedly saying, "What are you looking at?" This boy, did he know that they did not need to be married and have children to break their fates? So he still did not give up on her. Being stared at, Jing Chun unnaturally turned his head and stiffly changed the topic. "I want to say, why don't I see Brother Shui? Is he not here?" "Oh, my brother didn't sleep well last night. He is catching up on sleep in his room." Yushu subconsciously concealed the fact that Shui Rue was drunk. Jing Chun glanced at the dark sky outside the window and said, "It's already so late. It's not good for health to sleep too much. Wake him up and eat dinner. He can sleep after digestion." In the face of Jing Chen's unintentional concern, Yushu was confused. She always felt that the relationship between the three of them had become subtle after the trip. Shui Rue did not seem to dislike Jing Chen that much, and Jing Chen did not seem to treat Shui Rue as a stranger. Was this a good sign? No need. Let him sleep until he wakes up. He has a bad temper when he wakes up. If he doesn't sleep well, he will have a long face. I don't want to see his face. Yushu made up a story. Jing Chen frowned and said, "Bad temper when he wakes up? That's a symptom of kidney and spleen insufficiency. How long has it been? Have you seen a doctor?" Why didn't she realize that Jing Chun could be so long-winded? Shui Rue's sleep was extremely restless. He had a dream for the entire night. Sometimes, he dreamed of the time when he was very young. His father, Shui Zhao, was still alive. His father's face was blurry, and he held Shui Rue under his armpit and lifted him up high. His hearty laughter seemed to be echoing in his ears. "My good boy, don't be afraid. I'm here." Sometimes, he dreamed that in the morning hall, his mother was holding the coffin and crying. Sometimes, he dreamed that he was doing his homework in the small study in the east courtyard. His grandfather sat opposite him with an expressionless face and scolded him coldly. "Your mother is not in good health. Don't go to the backyard and disturb her recuperation. If you don't practice diligently, it's unfilial. If I find out that you sneak into the backyard while studying in the morning, I'll punish you by copying the first chapter of Mencius 500 times. You're not allowed to step out of this room until you finish." He struggled to wake up, but the nightmare would not let him go. 20 years had passed, and the most unbearable scenes replayed one after another, until he dreamed that the 10th princess fell from a building and died of illness. The emperor was furious and blamed the Shui family. His grandfather could not bear it anymore and exposed his unknown identity. "Because of you, my poor son lost his life so early. If I knew that you would bring trouble to my family today, I would have killed you myself." Shui Rue panted heavily as he struggled to break free from his dream and woke up while drenched in sweat. The window reflected the clear white sky, and the sour and sweet smell of the hangover soup lingered at the corner of his mouth. There was a cold fragrance drifting in the room, and it wasn't the warm fragrance that he was used to. At this moment, when he smelled it, there was a kind of refreshing and comfortable feeling that allowed him to slowly calm down from his dream. After sitting quietly for a while, he did not call anyone in to serve him. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. He went to the basin and wet a towel with cold water and put on his face. He shivered and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard some movement in the quiet courtyard. He did not want to stay in the room alone at this time. Perhaps it was because of the nightmare, but he always felt that his chest was stuffy. Shui Rue put on a long gown and casually tied his hair into a bundle, draping it over his back. He poured a cup of cold tea and walked out of the bedroom. He pushed open the door of the hall and saw a figure waving a sword in the middle of the courtyard. The unstained white clothes and the elegant posture were very pleasing to the eye. He stood in the corridor and watched quietly without making a sound. His mood fluctuated along with the simple and unadorned sword movement until a long yawn came from upstairs. You're disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have let you stay here. Brother, you were also woken up by him? Shui Rue raised his head, and Jing Chun made a kung fu to retract his sword. Both of them looked upstairs and saw Yu Shu lying lazily on the railing. She raised a hand to greet them. Her sleepy eyes were smiling, revealing her white teeth. She was heartless, but inexplicably brightened people's mood. Good morning. The heaviness in Shui Rue's chest was swept away, and he splashed the cup of cold tea that he hadn't touched before. He looked at Jing Chun and smiled as he greeted him. When did Brother Jing arrive? Jing Chun answered honestly. Yesterday evening. Shui Rue said embarrassedly. I went to bed early. Shu didn't wake me up when you came. Jing Chun observed his face and explained for Yu Shu, she knows you are angry when you get up, so she didn't dare to wake you up. Shui Rue blinked his eyes. Angry when he got up? Why didn't he know he had this problem? He looked upstairs and saw Yu Shu sticking her tongue out and making a face at him. While Shui Rue and Yu Shu were winking at each other, Jing Chun couldn't help persuading them. Brother Shui, I have to say one more thing. You are angry when you get up early. It should be a symptom of kidney deficiency and spleen weakness. After the meal, I might as well take your pulse and write a prescription for you to adjust. Shui Rue's face darkened when he was suddenly called kidney deficiency. But he heard a burst of laughter from upstairs. That's right. Big bro, just let Jing Chun give you a prescription to nourish yourself. Chapter 666. The three of them had breakfast together and went to do their own things. They agreed to come back at night to discuss their next step. When Yu Shu and Jing Chun were on the way to the Celestial Commissioner office, she realized something was wrong. She had temporarily teamed up with Shui Rue and Jing Chun to go to the Princess Tomb instance. Now that everyone was back, shouldn't they be dismissed? She entered the Kunling Bureau's courtyard one after the other with a conflicted mood with Jing Chun. Several subordinates came early and were drinking morning tea in the East Assembly Hall. Seeing them come in, they quickly got up to greet them. Lord Right Commander, Lord Yu. Jing Chun just nodded and said, Yu Shu responded with a smile. Good morning, lords. Then one of them went up to the second floor, and the other stayed behind to manage the affairs. After a month, the people of the Kunling Bureau had long been used to Jing Chun's not doing anything and his indifference to them. They didn't care and just surrounded Yu Shu to report the recent errands. Not long after, someone came in from outside to pass on a message from the Great Master, inviting Yu Niu to Taishi Tavern. Yu Shu heard Jing Chun mention it last night, so she should have known this and was already prepared. She unhurriedly ordered her subordinates to do what they needed to do and then followed the person. When Yu Shu arrived at Taishi Tower, she saw Master Ren and was surprised to see that Junior Supervisor Ren was also there. Master Ren chose to meet Yu Shu in the tea room of the East Pavilion instead of the very dignified hall. Except for Ren Qiming, there was no one else around. Taishi Tower had always been quiet inside and outside. The 3 departments and 2 bureaus of the Celestial Commissioner office had their own duties. It had been going on for nearly 300 years. Unless it was a major event, there was usually no need to ask for his permission. Sit down. I asked you to come because I have something to ask you. It's about Daozi, and His Majesty is a little worried. Just say it. No need to be reserved. The Tidian raised his hand and gestured for Yu Shu to take a seat under the window. Ren Qiming was there too. He always had a straight face, as if someone owed him money. She wanted to sit on the same level as Ren Qiming. Yushu hesitated for a moment before cupping her hands towards Junior Supervisor Run and said, I apologize for my lack of manners. It was true that she was the famous meowing messenger, but in terms of official position, she was a 5th-rank official, while the other was a 2nd-rank official. Even if she had a title bestowed by the Emperor, she was still inferior to him. It was better for her to play her part. Ren Qiming's expression softened slightly, and he nodded at her. Official Yu, please sit. As soon as Yushu sat down, she asked a question. Without any preamble, she went straight to the point. It is said that a few days ago, Daozi went to the princess' tomb to worship. Did you go with him in the lotus room? She listened to the Tidian talk about her nickname in a friendly manner. It was the pseudonym that Shui Rue gave her as a joke. She felt a little awkward, but she quickly got used to it and focused on answering his question. Yes, I have a good personal relationship with Jingchen. He doesn't have many friends in the capital, so he invited me and my sworn brother to go with him. She took the initiative to mention Shui Rue because she wanted to explain in one go why Shui Rue would appear in their group as well. She wanted to avoid him asking about it later, and it would seem as if she was intentionally covering it up. Oh, did you encounter some accidents on the way? Yushu frowned and glanced at Ren Qiming, who was sitting next to her as a judge. She nodded and told him about their encounter with Zhao Xiaozhu at the inn. Finally, she added, we felt that there was a person who appeared out of nowhere to fight for us, so we wanted to follow him to see what he was up to. We didn't expect that we would go to a hermit's place. As she said this, she looked at the Grand Secretary. The other party was also staring at her. This was truly a little pressuring. It had to be known that for a powerful minister, especially such an enigmatic figure, even a gaze would have an estimable deterrent power. She did not insist on looking him in the eye. In just a few breaths of time, she lowered her eyes. The Tidian seemed to be listening to her very carefully. After she finished, he asked the next question. What does the hermit look like? What are his characteristics? Describe it to me. He was almost 70 years old, healthy, white eyebrows and white beard. I heard that he called himself Mr. Yinya and was proficient in the art of Qimen Dunjia. Daozi and Mr. Shui went to the princess' tomb together, and you stayed in seclusion because you sprained your ankle, right? Yes. What happened next? Mr. Yinya asked me to go and chat with him. I didn't know why I fainted. When I woke up, he had left. What did he say to you? Nothing much. Not long after I entered his room, I was drugged by him. His questions came one after another, but after each question, he would give her time to answer. He listened very carefully, but didn't look into it. This made Yushu, who had been on high alert, feel an indescribable sense of incongruity. Just like that, it didn't take long for Yushu to come out of Taishi Tavern. As she had expected, she didn't suffer at all. They clearly suspected her, but they couldn't interrogate her, not even a little harsher. Yushu tried to figure out their minds. They thought that she didn't know the secret of the great disaster and the life breaker, or they weren't sure if she knew it or not, so they were afraid that she would find out something she shouldn't know. Ren Qiming stood by the window of the small veranda and watched Yushu's back as she walked across the Nine Bends Bridge. He turned around to look at the great tipping scholar, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Say what you want to say. Yushu is young, but she's quite scheming. I think she's hiding something. Did the Grand Secretary notice anything? Zhu Muzhao opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, as if there was a mystery. He said, everything she said was the same as Jing Chun. Even the places where she lied were the same. She described the appearance of the hermit. It was fake. She stayed because of her injury. It was fake. She fainted. It was real. She didn't communicate with the hermit in private. It was fake. Ren Qiming's expression changed, and he said anxiously, so, Jing Chen really acknowledged Yinhua? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said with certainty, on the contrary, that hermit might be Yinhua, but he didn't acknowledge Jing Chen. Ren Qiming was puzzled. Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. It was rare for him to be in the mood to explain to him, you don't know, but Yinhua had an unusual treasure called Zhuge, which could prevent people from performing divination. If he acknowledged Jing Chen, He would have to explain that he faked his death in the past, so that I wouldn't find out after Jing-chun returned to the capital, and he would definitely give the Zhuge eye to him. However, my great insight spell could still predict that they lied. This proves that even if the hermit was Yunhua, he did not reveal his identity to them. Yunhua was one of the few people who knew that he had successfully learned the Zhu family's great insight spell. With his watertight style, how could he have overlooked this? Ren Qiming breathed a sigh of relief, but he asked in confusion, "Then, why did they lie?" This is not difficult to explain. Jing Chun might have guessed that there was something fishy about Yunhua's death in the past. When he saw the hermit, he suspected that he was related to Yunhua, so he did not dare to tell the truth. "Qiming, I'll write a memorial to the throne. Send it to the palace on my behalf." "Yes, Taishu." Yushu did not know the conversation between the two after that. She returned to Kunling Bureau and sent Wen Xiao and to find the files for her. She stayed alone, thinking about whether there were any mistakes in Taishi Tower just now. After confirming that she did not say anything wrong, she relaxed and poured a cup of tea to drink. Then, she reached out to take out 2 rings from the secret compartment under the table and put them on her hand again. This was what Shui Rue told her in secret before she went out in the morning. Chapter 667. After taking attendance at the Supreme Court, Shui Rue returned to the estate. He summoned his personal manservant, Hadaku, and learned that Shui Lingnan had not returned from morning court. He changed out of his official robes and went to the rear courtyard. Hadaku followed behind him. Sensing his direction, he hurriedly advised, "Young master, if you want to visit the madam, it would be best if you wait for the great master to return." Hadaku was 14 this year. At the age of 8, he had been transferred to Shui Rue to serve at his side. In the past few years, he had often seen his eldest young master being censured by the old minister because of the first madam. The Shui estate disciplined its servants strictly, but there were also some rumors that spread in private. For example, ever since the first madam passed away, she had become insane. As a result, the great master had locked her up in the rear courtyard, not allowing her to go out or receive guests. It was even difficult for her to see her own son. Shui Rue paid no attention to his advice. Without pausing, he passed through the corridors and crossed the garden into the rear courtyard. He paused outside the small courtyard next to the ancestral hall and ordered the manservant, Hadaku, "Wait here." Seeing that he was being asked to keep watch again, Hadaku couldn't help but grimace. When he was young, he had often been flogged for this, and even now, his buttocks felt numb. "Then, young master, please hurry." He could almost foresee that he would not be able to escape a round of physical pain today. But what could he do? Who asked the young master to treat him so well? Otherwise, how could a fatherless, motherless servant like him be able to eat well and wear well, with no one daring to bully him? Madame Shui's complexion seemed fine today. Although she was still thin, there was not much of the smell of medicine in the room. Shui Rue knew that her illness had not recently flared up. "My son has gotten thinner again. Is it because the yamen is too busy and he hasn't been eating properly?" Madame Shui was blind and could not see Shui Rue clearly, so she took his hand and groped about. As always, she did not ask him why he had not come to see her in so many days. Shui Rue looked at her wrinkled eyes and could vaguely make out the gentleness and beauty she had when she was young. But now that she was in her 40s, she looked old and her hair was white. It was these years that had not seen the light of day that had wasted her. In the past, he didn't understand what kind of stimulation his mother had suffered to cause her to go crazy and have a look of hatred towards him. Now that he understood, he knew that the truth was so unbearable. Half of her life's tragedy was caused by him, this evil creature. He felt bitter in his heart, but he chatted with Madame Shui for a while as if nothing had happened. He naturally brought the topic to the deceased Shui Zhao. "Mother, I remember you said that I was born when mother followed father to the south." Madame Shui's lifeless eyes stared at his shoulder. As if thinking back, she nodded and faintly smiled. "Yes, you were born in the south." Ever since she had lost her sight, Madame Shui's memory had become very poor. Many of the things that had happened in the past were either forgotten or hazy. For example, 3 years ago, when the 10th princess died of illness and the disaster that had befallen the Shui family, she could not remember a single thing. What position did father hold in the south at the time? He then asked. In truth, a year ago, he had thoroughly investigated the matter of Shui Zhao's previous position in the south. His current question was just to confirm it one last time. I think he was in Suzhou, serving as your esteemed son. Shui Rui's heart sank. He truly was the Suzhou magistrate. Mother, do you still remember what month I was born? He carefully asked, carrying with him an indiscernible nervousness, afraid that he would bring back her sorrow and cause her to fall ill again. Madame Shui forcefully grasped his hand. Displeasure was on her face, but she replied without hesitation. Foolish child, what are you asking? How could mother not remember what month you were born? Didn't your birthday just pass a few days ago? Ah, you were born on the 9th day of the 7th month in the 12th year of Baodai. Mother, don't be angry. Your child asked a foolish question. As Shui Rui admitted his mistake, he thought to himself, his date of birth and 8 characters can't be fake, or else his divination from childhood would have been exposed long ago. It was a pity that his mother remembered his birth so clearly, but she had forgotten that he was not her biological son. It was only when she fell ill that she would go crazy and curse him for being the root of disaster. It was laughable that she was only clear-headed when she fell ill. Chunbi, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Madame Shui nudged him. Although she could not see, her mind was very sensitive. No, I just suddenly thought of father, Shui Rui whispered. Mother, I remember you telling me that father is an open-minded and cheerful person who doesn't care about trifles and has friends all over the world. Madame Shui sighed, but then she smiled and said, That's right. Although your father comes from an aristocratic family, he has a chivalrous heart. When he goes out, he can always make a few friends. No matter what their background is, whether they're poor or rich, he can even call the wandering heroes of the Jianghu his brother. Shui Rui seized the opportunity to ask, Father served outside Suzhou for 3 years. At that time, did he have any particularly close friends? Madame Shui thought for a long time. Her eyes lost focus, and after opening them for a few moments, she closed them again. With great uncertainty, she said, If you're talking about close friends, there was one. That person was a traveler of the Jianghu, and he almost became sworn brothers with your father. Speaking of which, it was thanks to him that your father was able to avoid a few calamities. Shui Rui's heart tightened, and he blurted out, What was that person's name? Madame Shui shook her head. How many years has it been? How could I possibly remember? Around the time we returned to the capital, we lost contact with that person. Shui Rui's eyes flashed, and his mind churned. He had already come to a conclusion. 3 years ago, when he discovered the secret of his birth, Shui Lingnan only told him that he wasn't a child of the Shui family, and refused to reveal a single word to his birth parents. He suffered a blow and first traveled to the north. After pulling himself together, he went to the south to investigate his birth. However, with the passage of time, he discovered only one point of doubt. When Father Shui was still in office, he had a guest who often visited Yang to meet friends. Shui Lingnan claimed that his eldest son had died because of this evil creature, but when Father Shui died, he was still too young to remember. He only knew that Shui Zhao had died of an illness before he was 4. According to the timeline, he was a baby brought home by Father Shui when he was out in the south. If he wasn't his own son, he was most likely entrusted to him by a friend, not picked up from the roadside. It was because Shui Zhao adopted him that he was killed. Shui Rui could not figure this out in the past. However, after listening to Yu Shu's confession yesterday and getting confirmation from his mother today, the mystery was finally solved. If his speculation was correct, the story should be like this. When Shui Zhao left the capital, Suzhou was very close to Yang. He met Yin Hua's son by chance, and they regarded each other as best friends. Later, Yin Hua changed his name to Changzhou's Yin Mufeng and entered the capital for the Dian examination with an ulterior motive. He passed the exam in one go and was favored by Princess Liue. At that time, the late emperor was old and the fight for the throne was very tense. He was afraid that someone would investigate his background and make a fuss about his wife and child in his hometown. He secretly sent a letter to Suzhou and entrusted Shuizhou to help him take care of his wife and child. At the same time, he gave the precious Zhuge Tong to Xian Lishan, whom he trusted, and asked him to send it back to his hometown. Everyone knew that the world was fickle. Xian kept Yunhua's treasure behind Xian Laowu's back, and Shuizhou did not have time to protect his friend's wife and child. In the end, the mother and child left, and in order to cover up, he raised the child as his own. And he was the child that Yunhua asked Yushu to find, who had been missing for 20 years in exchange. Because of Shui Rui's reminder in the morning, Yushu had left the Directorate of Astronomy long ago before sunset, and she went to the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion to sit and wait. Naturally, Jing Chun followed her. Therefore, when Shui Rui came back and entered the door, he saw the two of them sitting in the tea room, facing each other and staring at each other. He was not in the mood to argue. After he sat down, he asked the servants to serve tea and fruits again. The three of them went into the inner room to talk in detail. Big brother, when I went to the Celestial Commissioner today, I was asked by the High Commissioner for questioning. What did they ask you? Yushu told the truth. In front of Jing Chun, she did not mention a word about the details of the black ring. After listening, Shui Rui said, "It seems that they are not sure how much inside information you already know." He turned to ask Jing Chun, "Yesterday, when you entered the palace, did His Majesty and the High Commissioner mention Shu in front of you?" "They did mention it." Shui Rui frowned. "Did they ask if you told her about the life breaker?" Seeing Jing Chun shake his head, he was relieved. Yushu looked at his expression and could not help but feel puzzled. What's the big deal? What is Big Brother worried about? Even if they asked me, as long as Jing Chun does not tell the truth, they can't do anything to me even if they suspect me. Shui Rui glanced at her and said, "It would be great if it was that simple. Do you think that the great Tiao Dian, being able to control the imperial astronomer for so many years, doesn't have any extraordinary means?" Yushu heard the meaning behind his words and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Jing Chen also interrupted. What is Brother Shui referring to? The aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures in the capital have a foothold because of their family's unique skill. The Zhu family is the first. The reason why the High Commissioner Zhu can be valued by the current His Majesty is because he has learned this unique skill. The unique skills of the aristocratic families are secrets that are not passed on. Although some aristocratic families are not strict, most of the skills have been passed on. For example, the Xian family's Qi Qiao Jinzi is said to have the creation method of the 6 vessels of the founding dynasty. For example, the Chui family's art of spiritual speech is said to be able to read minds. However, the unique skill of the Zhu family is not known by many. Traces of it have been passed on to the outside. Everyone only knows that it is an extraordinary skill of reading faces. This unique skill of the Zhu family is called Art of Grand Insight. Art of Grand Insight? Yushu looked curious. What ability is this? The so-called Art of Grand Insight can distinguish between truth and falsehood. The High Commissioner has been immersed in E for dozens of years. He must have understood the true essence of this skill. The amazing thing about this skill is that he can distinguish whether you are telling the truth or lying. In short, as long as he uses this skill, no one can lie in front of him without being detected. As Shui Rui explained, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The reason why he knew such a secret was because of his grandfather, Shui Lingnan. Not long ago, the old man had warned him that the Celestial Commissioner Zhu Zi had this ability and told him to be careful with his words in front of Zhu Muzhao. Chapter 668. Second chapter contains an important plot. It is not recommended to skip. When he heard about the great insight technique, Jing Chun was shocked. He muttered, "Doesn't that mean he knows that we are lying to him?" Yushu was deep in thought. Shui laughed inexplicably and said to the two of them, "So what if he knows? Their scruples are far greater than yours. They have to prevent you from reuniting with your biological father and prevent Shu from finding out the secret, so they can't interrogate you directly. Even if they know that you are lying, they can only be suspicious at most, but they can't be sure." Jing Chun understood immediately. When he heard Shui Rui's words, he found them familiar. He suddenly remembered that when he left the palace yesterday, he went to look for Yu Shu and told her about his worries. He was afraid that the emperor and the great Tiandi would suspect that he was not telling the truth. At that time, she also dismissed it with a smile. "Yes, even if they have doubts, it is impossible for them to confront us." Yu Shu was not worried about this. She looked at Jing Chun and said, "But from now on, it is better for you to be more cautious in front of the great Tiandi." "Yes." Jing Chun agreed deeply. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was a man of few words. Even if the great Tiandi wanted to get close to him, he did not say much in front of him. "We have seen Yunhua. Now, we have aroused the suspicion of the emperor and the great Tiandi. In the future, our every move will be closely watched. It is not appropriate to do too much. It is best to not make a move. When I find the person Yunhua is looking for, I will exchange the details of the book of Mystic Nyu's 6 Rens with him. Then, I will find a way to break your destiny." Yu Shu cautiously warned Jing Chun. Her last sentence was also a hint to him not to think about marrying her and having children with her, so that he could risk his life. It was unknown whether Jing Chun heard it or not, but he did not intend to refute her. He replied softly, "I understand. Big brother, do you have anything else to say?" Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui. "No. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Let's do as you say." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Shu stood up from the chair and smiled at Jing Chun. "It's getting late, and there are people watching outside. I won't keep you any longer. You should go back now." She had asked him to leave with a high-sounding reason. Even if Jing Chun didn't want to go back to the princess's mansion, he couldn't do anything about it. "I'll take my leave first." Jing Chun stood up and looked back at her. He then cupped his hands in thanks to Shui Rui. "Thank you, brother Shui." It was obvious what he was thanking her for. Shui Rui urged him to stay. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Jing Chun declined politely. "No need to trouble yourself." "Then I'll see you off." "All right." Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. When did the two of them become so close? Once Jing Chun left, Yu Shu dragged Shui Rui back to the room, closed the door, and interrogated him. "Before I went out this morning, you reminded me to take off the ring before I went to see the great tipping point. What was your intention?" If he knew that the great tipping point had the great insight technique, he would first ask Jing Chun and then ask her the same question. She was wearing the ring given by Qing Zheng. If she lied to the great tipping point, he would not be able to tell the truth. Instead, he would notice that there was something wrong with her body. It would be better for her to take off the ring. This explanation made sense, but she felt that Shui Rui's thoughts were not that simple. Shui Rui took the opportunity to take her hand and sit down on the soft couch. He moved his long legs on the couch and leaned his back against the cushion. He held her slender fingers and played with them while he asked her, "Do you think that the great tipping point doesn't know that Yunhua has the treasure Zhuge to protect himself?" "I don't think he doesn't know." Yu Shu was not sure. Maybe he knew. "Then, do you think that Xian secretly hid the Zhuge that Yunhua gave to Xian Lishan, so the father and son became enemies? Do you know about this?" "I don't know." Yu Shu answered quickly. Regardless of how unkind it was for Xian to do such a shameful thing, it was impossible for the father and son of the Xian family to let the matter leak out because it was related to Yunhua. Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu as if she was worth teaching. His dark eyes were attractive. "All right, let's assume that the great tipping point knows that Yunhua has a treasure called Zhuge, but he doesn't know that it has fallen into the hands of the father and son of the Xian family." Yu Shu nodded. Her gaze urged him to speak quickly. "If I am the great tipping point, I suspect that you and Jing Chun have met Yunhua. The smartest way to confirm whether you have acknowledged him and covered up for him is not to ask for the truth from your mouths, but to determine whether you are lying or not. If Jing Chun has met Yunhua, but is unwilling to reveal information about him after returning to the capital, there will be two possibilities. 1. Yunhua and Jing Chun have acknowledged each other and told him the truth about what happened in the past. Then, Jing Chun will deliberately protect him, so he lied to cover up for him. The other possibility is that Yunhua has not acknowledged Jing Chun, but Jing Chun is suspicious of his identity, so he lied. Then, how do we determine whether Jing Chun and Yunhua have acknowledged each other? From Yunhua's point of view, if he met his son, but he was afraid that he would reveal his identity, he would definitely hand over the Zhugetong to Jing Chun, and then remind him about the Zhu family's great cave illumination skill, so that he would not give himself away after returning to the capital. So, the emperor first met Jing Chun, and the great tipping point found out that he was lying. Then, he looked for you, and found out that you were also lying. The two of you told the same lie, which proves that you do not have a Zhugetong. Of course, Yinhua did not acknowledge Jing Chun. Yushu felt dizzy as she listened. After a while, she understood his reasoning, and she also knew why Shui Rue asked her to take off the black ring this morning. She felt a lingering fear in her heart, and she was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She squeezed his hand tightly and said, "Fortunately, I listened to you and took off the ring. Otherwise, the great tipping point would have used the great cave illumination skill to examine me today, and he would not have been able to tell whether I was telling the truth or not. Wouldn't that have been terrible? I'm just assuming that." Shui Rue comforted her. Maybe he did not know that Yunhua had the precious Zhugetong. Yushu put on a long face and said, "That's even worse, okay?" He could tell that Jing Chun was lying, but when it was my turn, he could not tell that I was lying. That's what you call the 300 taels of silver that would reveal the truth. She thought that she was smart and thought that nothing would go wrong, but compared to Shui Rue, she was like a retard. Huh! Shui Rue could not help but laugh. He grabbed her small hand, raised it to his lips, and gave it a light peck. "I help you escape this disaster. How are you going to thank me?" Yushu said weakly. "Don't make fun of me. It's annoying." "What's annoying?" Yushu pursed her lips and said, "How can a smart person like you understand the troubles of us mortals?" When Shui Rue heard that, he knew that she was being petty again. He sighed and said, "Don't say that I'm smart. There are many people who are smarter than me." "Who? Why haven't I seen him before?" "Yinhua." Shui Rue uttered these two words softly. He had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. What he hypothesized were only thoughts that came to his mind this morning. However, Yunhua's actions after he met them made it seem as if he had already predicted what would happen in the future. He did not acknowledge Jing Chun by surprise. Instead, he kept Yushu, the person who destroyed his life. This was something that the emperor and the great tipping point would not have thought of. He told Yushu about his personal experience in exchange for her trust and sympathy. He made her willingly help him search for Jing Chun, but he did not remind them to be careful of the great tipping point's great insight technique. It was not because he did not know the details of the great tipping point. It was because he had thought it through and understood the mentality of the emperor and the great tipping point. That was why he took such a risky move. Yinhua and Shui Zhao were best friends. They knew each other when Shui Zhao was still in office. How could he not know Shui Zhao's name? However, he only told Yushu that he had a friend who was once the magistrate of Suzhou and asked her to go back and investigate. He did not mention Shui Zhao's name. Why was he neglecting the essentials? There was only one explanation. Yunhua confirmed that he was his son. He asked Yushu to look for him because he wanted to use her to let him know the truth. Therefore, there was only one choice in front of Shui Rue. Should he confess his identity to Yushu and acknowledge Yunhua as his biological father? Shui Rue was not a coward who liked to avoid problems. However, the truth of his identity came too suddenly. He was caught off guard and could not accept it for a while. In fact, he did not admire Yunhua, his biological father who descended from the sky, even if he was Ez, who was once admired by thousands of people, and even if he endured humiliation and went into hiding until now just to find his whereabouts. After all, it was the Shui family who raised him for 20 years. The person who sacrificed his life for him was his adoptive father, Shui Zhao, and the Shui family who were implicated by him. This was the debt he owed and the responsibility he needed to bear. He could not force himself to acknowledge him as his biological father. Therefore, it was difficult for him to talk about it with Yushu. He did not even know where to start or how to start. "Are you talking about Yinhua?" Yushu replied. "You don't say. He is indeed inhumanly smart. He's just like you." When he heard her words that did not mean what she said, Shui Rui did not know what expression to make. He smiled at her and moved her soft hand to his chest. He thought to himself, "I'll allow him to be selfish for once. When I think it through, I'll confess everything to her. I'm different from him. At least, he could not abandon the woman he loved just to repay the kindness of raising him. He could not do anything to achieve his goal." Yushu paused and immediately nodded. "Yes, you're different from him. You can't be like him." She glared at him and grabbed his collar. She lowered her head and narrowed her eyes to warn him. "If one day you let me down because of some *T righteousness, I won't forgive you." Shui Rui nodded with a smile. When he saw her angry look, he could not help but put his arm around her shoulders, pressed her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. It was rare that Yushu did not struggle. She quietly snuggled up to him for a while. Her face was pressed against his chest, so she could not see his expression. "Yesterday, you asked me to help you find the Suzhou magistrate from 20 years ago, right?" "Yes, I almost forgot about that." Yushu quivered. She wanted to sit up, but he pressed her back down. "Don't ask about it yourself. The Emperor and the Great Tipping Point are already suspicious of you. There are spies everywhere. There are people watching your and Jing Chen's every move. Don't act rashly in case they find out. Leave this matter to me to investigate. However, it has been a long time. It is not convenient for me to go directly to the Ministry of Personnel to find someone to look through the files. I can only send my trusted people to investigate in secret in Suzhou." Chapter 669. From the capital to Suzhou, the round trip would take at least a month. With Shui Rui secretly sending people to investigate, Yushu could not be at ease. She temporarily put aside the matter of helping Yinhua find her son and did not mention it again. The trip to the princess' tomb had greatly benefited her. This benefit was not material, but cognitive. Although the dark cloud that had been hanging over her head had not disappeared, the pressure brought to her by the words "life breaker" was not as great as before. First of all, the importance of the Book of Mystery Maiden was far beyond her imagination. According to Yinhua, it was related to the selection of the heir. It could completely control the politics and the current situation. Therefore, in order to lure Yinhua to show up, Emperor Zhaoqing did not hesitate to let Jing Chun and her leave the capital and put himself in danger. Yushu imitated Shui Rui's train of thought to assume Emperor Zhaoqing and Titian's mentality. She compared the Scourge of Mystery Maiden, Life Breaker, and the Book of Mystery Maiden as a condition for the continuation of the Da and royal family's peace. Then, Emperor Zhaoqing and Titian's actions of luring the snake out of its hole proved that the Book of Mystery Maiden was more important than the Scourge of Mystery Maiden, and the Scourge of Mystery Maiden were more important than the Scourge of Mystery Maiden. Yunhua and Titian's accounts of the method of breaking the Scourge of Mystery Maiden were very different. It could only be said that one of them had lied. Compared to Titian, who stood on the opposite side, Yushu was more inclined to Yunhua, who was using her. In fact, she seriously suspected that the Book of Mystery Maiden was also a necessary condition for Jing Chun to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden. Otherwise, why was Emperor Zhaoqing not in a hurry to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden for Jing Chun when the Scourge of Mystery Maiden and the Scourge of Mystery Maiden coexisted? Instead, he delayed it. Not only were they unwilling to force Jing Chun, but Yinhua had no choice but to marry Princess Liyue. They should have realized that in front of the imperial power, any individuals was **T. In this way, could she understand that without the Book of Mystery Maiden, she could not be used to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden for Jing Chun? Yushu hoped that was the case. After careful consideration, it was as if half of the burden on her body had been lifted. She would no longer have to live in fear every day, worrying that one day the emperor would issue a marriage decree and tie her and Jingchen up to the bridal chamber. The only thing she had to be wary of at the moment was the mastermind behind the murder in Taisher Shiyuan. If it was not Yinhua, who else could it be? In the evening, Yushu returned to her house on Baochang Street from the Celestial Commissioner's office. Lin went to the main kitchen to get the food box. When he came back, he saw someone sticking her head out from under the camphor tree outside the courtyard wall, looking around. He slowed down his pace and went behind that person. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Lady Chui's little maidservant, Xiang Sui. "Sister Keiho, why are you hiding here?" Xiang Sui was startled by her sudden voice. She turned her head and recognized Lin. With an embarrassed face, she stammered, Madam heard that you have returned to the house, so she asked me to invite you to her place for dinner." Lin was a maidservant who had been carefully trained by the consecrated people's courtyard. She looked down on Xiang Sui's timid appearance, but she smiled sweetly. She freed a hand to grab her and led her inside. "Come in with me. Let's talk inside." Xiang Sui hurriedly agreed. As the head of the household, Yushu lived in the north wing. Day and night, there were maidservants who guarded the gate. Xiang Sui didn't dare to trespass. She didn't even have the face to go up and ask someone to let her know. If she hadn't met Lin she might have hidden here until the second half of the night. Lin didn't directly bring her to Yushu. Instead, she went into the room to report. After getting permission, she brought her in. At home, Yushu wore a loose jacket with silk shoes and cloth socks. It was very loose. She sat on the couch with her legs bent. In her hands was a scroll of Kuan Ling bureau rules. When she had nothing to do, she would flip through it. She had to memorize it by heart. When she heard the reason for Xiang Sui's visit, Yushu's first reaction was that Aunt Shui was looking for her for no good reason. However, she couldn't leave her alone. "You go back first. Tell my mother that I will go see her after dinner." Xiang Sui felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran out the door and left. Lin flattened her lips. Exine who was serving the dishes, saw this and secretly glared at her. She deftly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, scooped the soup, and pulled Lin away. When Yushu ate, she didn't like people standing by her side to act as stakes. This was something that Yin Do, who had been by Yushu's side, had warned her about when they entered the door. The two maidservants went out. They didn't dare to go too far in case Yushu couldn't hear them. They stood in the corridor and whispered to each other. "In the future, don't be so strange. If Mistress sees you, what will you do?" Xin reprimanded this young sister who had been lucky enough to be picked out by Yushu from the residential courtyard. "Jie, don't be angry. I know I was wrong." Lin took advantage of her young age and hugged Xin arm to act spoiled. Seeing that Xin expression had improved, she began to gossip. "I've been walking around in the inner courtyard recently and heard everyone say that the foreign in the East Wing is hard to serve. Every day, she has to set out a table full of dishes for her 3 meals. There's no need to talk about chicken, duck, and fish. However, I can't see what foreign he orders in her room. If she doesn't have a portion, she will say something bad in her courtyard. If people hear it, they will gossip. Occasionally, they will lose their temper and even scold our mistress. It's really too outrageous." Xin furrowed her brows. It wasn't that she didn't hear people talking nonsense these past 2 days. However, so what? Foreign Shui was their mistress's mother. It wasn't their place to control her. Even if they talked nonsense in front of mistress, they had to be careful not to make mistress unhappy. However, they couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. "Jie, I think someone should report this to mistress. No one dares to say anything. How about I go?" Lin volunteered. However, Xin shook her head. "I know you have a sharp tongue and want to show your loyalty. However, it's not something we should learn. I'll go discuss it with Yindo tonight. She has been with mistress longer than us, so she has less scruples when speaking. Even if she wants to curry favor, it's not our place." Xin was, after all, 2 years older than Lin. She was thoughtful and persuaded Lin with a few words. She didn't want to offend Yundo, the head maidservant in name. After the meal, Yushu strolled around the big garden. After digesting the food, she went to see Aunt Shui. The luxurious house on Baochang Street was a big house with 4 entrances. The middle area was separated by a garden. There were 2 side courtyards on the east and west side. Yushu lived in the north side courtyard. Zhao Hui moved into the west side courtyard. There were 2 independent courtyards in the east side courtyard. One was Qingshi Zhai and the other was Yuyong Pavilion. Both were newly painted with red walls and green tiles. Aunt Shui occupied Qingshi Zhai alone. At this time, Aunt Shui had already eaten dinner and was enjoying the new seasonal fruits provided by the kitchen. There was a small tea table with a few plates of pastries and a pot of fragrant tea. Yushu entered the house and glanced around. Her eyes fell on Aunt Shui. She hadn't seen her for a few days. Aunt Shui seemed to have gained weight. Her cheeks were rounder. She looked brand new from head to toe. Her silk clothes were newly made. There was a long string of jade beads around her neck. It was a gift that Yushu didn't allow her to appear at the housewarming banquet and coaxed her. "You're here." Aunt Shui was especially enthusiastic to see her today. She smiled and waved at her. "Come and sit. I just peeled the pomegranates. Try them and see if they're sweet." She pushed a small bowl filled with red pomegranate seeds to Yushu. Yushu picked up 2 and put them in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste was actually not bad. The expenses of the food were all taken from the public account. Yushu didn't have time, so she entrusted the incoming and outgoing projects to Zhao Hui to manage. Every month, she would allocate a large amount of silver to the public account for her to use. "Mother, why are you looking for me?" Yushu was sure that Aunt Shui didn't call her over to eat pomegranates. "It's nothing important." Aunt Shui looked at her expression. Seeing that she didn't intend to continue asking, she had to take the initiative to say, "At the beginning of next month, it's Ian Foreign's birthday. She sent me an invitation. I'm a shy person, so I want you to accompany me to the banquet." Yushu refused without thinking. "I don't have time. You go by yourself." Aunt Shui immediately pulled a long face. "It's just a banquet. You're still putting on airs here. I don't believe that you can't find half a day's time no matter how busy you are." The Ian Foreign she mentioned was the one in the former Assistant Minister Yin's foo that Aunt Shui missed. She didn't think of anyone else. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, "I can find time, but how important is that Ian Foreign? Is it worth for me to personally go to her house to congratulate her on her birthday? Nonsense. She is the official Assistant Minister's Foreign." "Bah." Yushu spat the pomegranate seeds that she had chewed clean into the small plate and sneered. "Isn't it just a 5th-level official's wife? There are at least 180 5th-level officials in Anling City. If you hit her with a pole, you can hit 7 or 8 of them." Not to mention that her words were harsh. This Ian Foreign once had ideas about her. She coaxed the brainless Aunt Shui and sent a matchmaker to propose marriage, hoping that she would fill in the hole for her family's infamous 3rd young master. "You." Aunt Shui was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath. She blurted out, No matter what you say, I have already promised her. If you dare to not go, I will go out and say that you are not filial. I will say that you disobeyed your mother." Yushu's face turned cold. She frowned and said, "You promised her? Who did you promise?" It seemed that the idea of visiting her house to congratulate her was not from Aunt Shui's own initiative. Someone had instigated it. Asking her, the dignified meowling maid, to congratulate the assistant minister's wife on her birthday was really embarrassing for that Ian Foreign. Aunt Shui dodged her eyes. She turned her head and said angrily, "I know that now that you are an official, you are arrogant and look down on others. But no matter what, the Ian family is your mother's old master. If I let it go, it could be considered as half a master of yours. We can't be ungrateful. You can't turn your back on others just because you are rich. Anyway, I have said this. If you embarrass me, I will also embarrass you." Yushu was amused by her unreasonable and shameless behavior. She rolled her eyes and immediately changed her attitude. She replied, "Don't worry. Okay, I will accompany you, okay?" Concubine Shui quickly turned her face away and smiled. That's my good daughter. Chapter 670. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. In the span of a night, Yushu became busy. For some reason, the secret book of the Moon Palace was delivered to her hands 5 or 6 days late. Because she had a rush to make the September book, she stayed up for a few nights and didn't even return home. Yushu knew that this was probably because the Empress didn't like her hugging noble Fei Shui's thigh, so she started to give her small shoes to wear. Yushu wasn't afraid of this. If Empress Rue didn't care about her, that would be abnormal. What was worth mentioning was that in the last few days of the month, people came to her fu to send invitations and gifts under all sorts of pretexts. Without exception, they were all families that had daughters in the palace. Yushu didn't have any greedy thoughts, so she wasn't surprised or happy. Previously, after she had shown her skill at the Gentleman Hibiscus banquet, she had experienced what it was like to receive gifts. Also, the crystals that were delivered to Peijing were always in high demand. Each month, there would be a large amount of silver coming in. She really didn't care about normal gold and silver. She ordered the steward of the front yard, Zhou Hu, to guard the gates and not allow a single copper coin to roll into her fu. She accepted all the invitations so she could know when someone had the intention to curry favor with her. At the end of the month, the next month's Book of the Earth was delivered punctually from the Kunling Bureau into the palace. This time, there was no need to remember noble Fei Shui. There was no need for favoritism. She methodically followed the rules of the Kunling Bureau to arrange the days that the Palace Fei would serve her. She was meticulous and didn't miss a single detail. Perching Tree Palace, Empress Rue was surprised when she received the freshly made Book of the Earth. This Yunuyu is very cautious. Fine. She was the female envoy that the emperor had bestowed upon her. She was in the limelight, and it wasn't good to move against her. Since she was smart and knew her place, she wasn't in a hurry to deal with her. She would let her stay in that position that attracted others' eyes. She gave the September Book of the Earth to Zheng Shanggong, who was waiting in front of her, to read. Empress, is this next month's Book of the Universe? While the Book of Kun was divined by the Kunling Bureau, as the head of the 6 palaces, the Empress had the right to question it and could complain to the Emperor at any time. As long as there was a problem with the Book of Kun, she could reject the Kunling Bureau, make a new decision, or punish the person concerned. Do as I say. The second day of the 9th month was the birthday of the wife of the assistant minister's residence. Aunt Shui woke up early in the morning and ran to the north courtyard. She watched as Yushu ate her breakfast and urged her, "It's still early. You should go wash up quickly, change into some decent clothes, and dress up well." Yushu was too lazy to pay attention to her. It just so happened that she was off today and didn't have to go to the Celestial Commissioner's morning roll call. She had already arranged her time. In the morning, she would look through the books on Yi Shui that she had recently collected. In the afternoon, she would go to the Yin residence with Aunt Shui. In the afternoon, she would go to Baichuan Academy to see Yu Xiaoxiu. I just washed up yesterday. What's there to do? I still have business to attend to. Mother can go back to your courtyard and wait. There are carriages and horses at home. Don't worry about not being able to make it in time. It won't be too late to leave at noon. After sending Aunt Shui away, Yushu ignored her protests and turned to go to the study. Aunt Shui chased after her with quick steps. Just as she reached the corridor, she was stopped by Exin and Lin who coaxed her away. Aunt Shui waited anxiously for the sun to rise. Before Yushu could send someone to call her, she ran over again. Just then, Yushu came out of the moon gate, dressed neatly. After all, Yushu was an official and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. When she went out, she couldn't dress too casually. It was fine at home, but when she went out, she had to wear a deep dress with a silk belt around her waist and a skirt with rings. Her hair was combed into a bun, and she had pearl hairpins and earrings. Her current clothes were the standard for female Celestial Commissioner officials. Most of her regular clothes were green and blue. The color was fair, but not seductive. In this way, she appeared dignified and immature. This was not the delicate appearance that Aunt Shui wanted to see. She immediately said with dissatisfaction, "No, no. Go back and change quickly. Mother remembers that you used to like those bright pink colors the most, right?" Yushu didn't argue with her. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go change now. Please wait for me for another hour." After saying this, she was about to go back. When Aunt Shui heard this, she quickly grabbed her. If she waited for another hour, it would be too late. "You little girl, can't you listen to me for once?" Aunt Shui gritted her teeth. "If you don't want to change, then don't change." Yushu snorted. "Then let's go." She couldn't wait to see what trap that Madame Yin had set for her. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhurong, was the illegitimate son of the current left prime minister, Yin Tianho. He became an assistant minister before he was 30 years old. Moreover, he held the position for 7 or 8 years. He was mediocre, but could be reappointed. No one would believe that it wasn't because of his family name. Madame Yin was also the daughter of a civil official. She had a prime minister as her father-in-law. She worked hard and gave birth to 3 sons in a row. She was flattered all day, so it was hard for her not to be arrogant. However, since ancient times, doting mothers often spoiled sons. None of the 3 sons of the assistant minister's official wife were presentable. Some of them had a bad reputation, like third young Master Yin. Just because his family name was Yin, he couldn't find a good marriage. This was what Yushu knew about Yin Zhurong's family. Aunt Shui and Yushu arrived at the gate of the Yin residence by car. After delivering the congratulatory gifts, they were led into the garden. On the way, they met a madam walking in front of them. Aunt Shui unexpectedly called out to her and pulled Yushu to greet her. "Madam Xiu, this is my daughter, Yushu. Shu, come and say hello to Auntie." Coincidentally, this Madam Xiu was an acquaintance of Yushu. She was the wife of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Qiu Jiming. A few months ago, the young miss of the Qiu family pretended to be crazy to avoid marriage. Qiu Jiming was desperate and tried to find Yushu. After that, he owed her a favor, so he helped her build the luxurious residence on Baochang Street. Madame Qiu naturally saw Yushu. When she saw Aunt Shui's drooling face, embarrassment flashed across her face. She first said to Yushu, "I haven't seen you for a long time. How is official you?" In terms of rank, Yushu and her husband were both 5th-ranked officials. In terms of friendship, Yushu had saved her daughter's life. Madame Xiu was a sensible person. She didn't take advantage of the situation and put on the airs of an elder in front of Yushu. Yushu nodded at her with a faint smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Seeing that they actually knew each other, Aunt Shui rolled her eyes and was about to interrupt. Madame Qiu didn't give her a chance. She smiled at her apologetically and said, "My daughter came with me." After a while, she disappeared. "I'll go look for her. Madam Yu, please take a seat first." After saying that, she looked back at Yushu with a meaningful look and hurriedly led her servants away. Yushu naturally wouldn't miss her last glance. Suspicious, she turned her head and asked Aunt Shui, "Mother stays at home all day. What did you know Madame Qiu?" Aunt Shui was still regretting that she missed the opportunity to get close to an official's wife. Suddenly being questioned by Yushu, her face stiffened. She turned her head and said angrily, "When have you ever cared about me?" Yushu didn't say anything and just stared at her. Aunt Shui felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. She took her arm and muttered, "Walk faster. We're late." On the other side, Madame Yin was sitting in the garden hall to entertain guests. An old maid came to her side and whispered, so she changed clothes and went to the back room, leaving her eldest daughter-in-law to accompany the guests. Did the mother and daughter of the Yu family come? They just entered the door. Madame Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were full of ridicule. She whispered to the old maid, "Go to the front yard and keep watch. Don't let your third master slip away again." The old maid said obediently, "I just came from the front yard. Third master is drinking with young master Yuan Rong and can't leave." Chapter 671. One update. Yushu sat on a table near the window. The gallery outside the window was filled with a group of music and bamboo artists. The lively tunes could not drown out the chatter and laughter in her ears. There was a room full of women, so it was needless to think about the scene. Aunt Shui, who was originally sitting next to her, went to the host's table with a glass of wine in her hand. The golden partridge buyao in her hair danced in her eyes. She could not stay idle at all. There was no lack of curious gazes and whispers behind her back. From time to time, words like female official and female fortune teller came in her ears. Yushu looked coldly at Aunt Shui, who complimented Madame Yin together with those inferior women. Since she did not feel ashamed, she did not restrain her. There was a saying that mud could not support a wall. Yushu had long given up on Aunt Shui to have much tolerance. As the star of today, Madame Yin was surrounded by many people. After a few glasses of wine, her face was slightly red. She smiled and asked someone to fill her empty glass again. She stood up slowly with the help of a maid's arm and looked around. When she found Yushu at the nearby tables, the smile in her eyes became colder. "I'm really happy today. You guys always say nice words to coax me, saying that I don't look old at all and that you can't tell my age. But I really know that I'm old," she smiled and sighed. She reached out with her long hand and grabbed a woman wearing gold and jade beside her. She patted the back of her hand intimately and said to the crowd, "Look, this girl Shui was my predecessor when I first married into the mansion. She was still a delicate little girl at that time. In the blink of an eye, she already has a son and a daughter and has her own family. How can I not be old?" The one she pulled was concubine Shui, the simple-minded one. As soon as she said this, the room became much quieter than before. Everyone's attention was focused on the woman she was holding. Those who knew about Aunt Shui's background mostly revealed mischievous expressions. There were also some guests who didn't know what was going on. When they slightly turned their heads to ask around, they revealed a look of surprise. Everyone knew the name of Messenger Meowling. A while ago, there was a rumor that this young female official had a dishonorable family background and seemed to have something to do with the Yin family. It was said that Madame Yin had taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, but did not expect that Meowling would become so successful that she looked down on her dissolute third young master. As a result, the cooked duck could only fly away. This kind of rumor was just a passing thought, but looking at Lady Yin's attitude today, was it really not over yet? "Madame Yin, forgive my poor eyesight, but who is this person beside you?" Someone asked politely. "Look, I forgot to introduce her." "Ha ha, you wouldn't know her even if I told you about her. But if I tell you about her daughter, I'm sure all 10 of you know her." Madame Yin deliberately kept them guessing. Even after being rebuked by the servants, she was not anxious. Instead, she gently pushed concubine Shui's shoulder and said gently, "You said it yourself. It's your good fortune to raise such a smart and capable daughter." Aunt Shui drank a few cups of wine in the middle and became bold. It was rare that she did not have stage fright. Under everyone's gaze, she said in a somewhat proud and loud voice, "She doesn't deserve Madame's praise. She is just lucky to pass the Ishur exam and become the female official of the Celestial Commissioner." There was a sudden noise at the table. Some people were surprised, and some were suspicious. "Madam, may I ask if your daughter is the messenger Meowling who was appointed by the Emperor?" "Yes." Aunt Shui straightened her back and interpreted the expression on everyone's face as envy. She became more and more complacent and forgot Yushu's instructions before leaving. In her excitement, she only wanted to show off. She glanced around and saw Yushu sitting in the corner. She waved her hand and said, "Shu Shu, come here and greet all the madams." In a different scene, her behavior was just like that of a street monkey, and Yushu was the monkey that she would bring out to show off. As soon as everyone stopped talking, the room suddenly became quiet. The musical instruments in the gallery outside changed a sharp tone, and everyone's eyes fell on a person by the window. Yushu sat very straight. She didn't hold chopsticks or a cup in her hand. She looked serious and obviously didn't fit in with the atmosphere here. She sat alone among the women. Her appearance and clothes were not outstanding, but she gave people a feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens. No one would mistake her for someone else. The guests were all waiting to see her make a fool of herself, thinking that she was really unlucky to have such an unpresentable mother. She had worked so hard to become an official, yet she had to shamelessly act like a slave. She really did not feel ashamed. Madame Ine was not surprised by Anchue's reaction. Looking at Yushu's gloomy face, she secretly sneered. A nasty girl is a nasty girl no matter where she is. Letting her marry into the Ine family is flattering her. After today, even if this girl cries and begs to be a daughter-in-law of the Ine family, it depends on whether she is willing or not. Yushu didn't know when she had become a thorn in others' side. Based on the scene in front of her, she could just fling her sleeves and leave, but afterwards, she would have to bear the reputation of being unfilial. Her mother was standing here. No matter how embarrassing it was, she couldn't turn against her mother. In the past, Yushu didn't care about this little reputation at all, but now it was different. She had an official position, and it was less than 3 months ago. She hadn't obtained the qualification to attend the court and could be impeached at any time. It was obviously not worthwhile to show off a moment of anger. Moreover, before she came, she had expected that Madame Ine would make an issue of her family background, so she was not unprepared. "Mother," Yushu answered, took a glass of wine from the table, got up, walked around the table, and walked to the host's table. In a few steps, she stood in front of Madame Ine. "Today is Madame's big day. I propose a toast to Madame." After saying that, she drank the wine to show respect. Seeing that she could bear it, Madame Ine let go of Aunt Shui and reached out to hold her wrist. As she looked at her, she said amiably, "Good girl, you're really the same as your mother in the past. You've grown so beautiful. I don't know which boy will benefit from you in the future." Alas! As soon as she said that, all the guests at the table were speechless. Madame Yin's words didn't sound wrong, and she was just teasing the younger generation. But after thinking about it for a while, they felt that it was inappropriate. It was impossible for a serious girl to be joked about her marriage in public. Madame Yin obviously didn't take her seriously and talked casually like her own maidservant. Only Aunt Shui couldn't tell that it was a good thing. She hurriedly said, "Look at what you said. Madam, you have to pay more attention to this girl's marriage." Everyone was speechless again. They looked at Yushu with a little more sympathy for her for having such a shameless mother. Yushu frowned. She finally figured out that Madame Yin was so against her because she had sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to her, and she couldn't vent her anger. She began to regret coming here with Aunt Shui. She thought that Madame Yin had set a big trap for her, but she didn't expect that it was just a show of force and a quick tongue. It didn't even hurt or itch, so she was too embarrassed to hit him in the face. So she secretly remembered the sarcastic faces at the table and didn't mention them. Seeing that Yushu didn't say a word and didn't dare to say anything, Madame Yin was immediately relieved and didn't continue to say anything to disgust her. She turned her head and gave Aunt Shui, the silly girl, a smile, and said, "In that case, you have to drink with me 3 times or I won't care about you." Aunt Shui agreed and quickly took 3 glasses of wine to toast her. Yushu saw that and didn't stop her. After she put down the glasses, she quietly pulled her back from Madame Yin's hand. "Mother, your face is red. Go and sit down." No, I have to toast Madame 3 more times. Are you happy today?" "Ha." Aunt Shui dragged her feet and refused to leave. She wanted to grab the glasses. Suddenly, someone pressed her shoulder. She looked up and saw Madame Yin's suggestive look. "Girl Shui, you can't drink anymore. Take a rest." Aunt Shui was a little sober. She looked back at Yushu and remembered the business today. She was a little flustered. She responded to Madame Yin and took her daughter to their seats. After sitting down, Yushu kept a straight face. Seeing this, no one dared to come forward to talk. Aunt Shui's eyes darted around. After a while, she whispered to Yushu, "Mother has drunk too much. I want to go out to relieve myself. Come with me." Yushu glanced at her and said, "We'll go back when we're full." Aunt Shui didn't want to leave. She pulled her and said, "I can't hold it in anymore." There were people staring at them. Yushu didn't want to pull her, so she left the table and the two went outside. At the bottom of the corridor stood a line of servant girls. When they saw them come out, they went forward. Aunt Shui waved her hand and said, "Take her to change. Madam and Miss, this way, please." As soon as they left, the room became lively. It wasn't good to talk when there were people here, but now there were all kinds of talk. Was that really a female messenger appointed by His Majesty? She can't be a fake, right? They say she's a descendant of an immortal, but she doesn't look like one at all. She doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. It's really rare to see her today. Hearing about her is better than meeting her in person. This female imperial official is really born from the lower realm. Hey, who said that Madame Een has her eyes on her as a daughter-in-law? If it were me, I wouldn't let my son marry her even if she gave birth to an immortal. That's too insulting. Look at her mother. She's really pfft. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Madame Chiu, sat in the middle of the table. Listening to the gossip and ridicule, she kept her head down. When someone tried to pull her over to say a few words, she just smiled back and didn't join in the fun. Listening to the people's words getting fiercer and fiercer, to the point that Yushu and her daughter were about to be flattened to the ground, Madame Chiu looked at Madame Een, who couldn't stop laughing and thought, a group of stupid women. Don't they know what position Yu Lianfeng is in now? What's the point of offending a female imperial official of the Kunling Bureau? You'll all go back and cry. On the other hand, Yushu and her daughter were led out of the back garden by the servant girls of the Een residence. They walked along a quiet path and were brought to the elegant room where the guests changed clothes. When they entered, it was actually a suite. There were tea chairs and snacks outside, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance. If the windows weren't closed, it really didn't look like a place for people to pee. "Where's the toilet?" Aunt Shui couldn't find the place and asked the servant girl. She really wanted to pee. The servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. She lowered her head and said, "Madam, please follow me." Aunt Shui followed her for 2 steps and suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Yushu and opened her mouth hesitantly. Yushu turned back and saw her expression. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Aunt Shui smiled guiltily and said, "I'm going to pee. You have to wait for me. Don't go too far." Yushu acted as if she didn't see anything wrong with her. She waved her hand and said, "Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere." When the servant girl led Aunt Shui to the back of the room, Aunt Shui turned around and her expression darkened. She sat down on the chair and muttered to herself. Chapter 672. Guild Master. Congratulations to Myriad for having a new Guild Master, KDSS, Scattering Flowers. Although Lady Een only invited women for her birthday, she had 3 sons after all. Some of the female guests who came to congratulate her brought their children with them. The young lady stayed by her side, while the young masters were all in the front yard, entertained by the young masters of the Een family. Een Yuanbua sat at the table in boredom. As the 3rd young master of the assistant minister Fu, he was being neglected at this moment. The reason for this was the other 3rd young master who was being surrounded by people trying to persuade him to drink. Een Yuanbua was also ranked 3rd in the family, but compared to his famous cousin, Een Yuanbua was not worth mentioning. One was the legitimate son of a concubine, while the other was the legitimate grandson of the first wife. They both liked to visit brothels, but Een Yuanrong was incompetent and elegant. They were both called 3rd young master. When Een Yuanbua was mentioned, everyone would shake their heads and raise their fingers. When Een Yuanrong was mentioned, everyone would raise their fingers and praise him. Because of this, Een Yuanbua was teased by many people. Even the prostitutes in the brothel joked that if it was another 3rd Master Een, they would rather not accept the prostitutes. Therefore, Een Yuanbua had long hated Een Yuanrong. Although he called him 3rd brother affectionately, he always felt indignant in his heart. Humph, what's so great about him? He's just reincarnated better than me. Drink, drink, drink. It's good to drink too much. I'll make a fool of myself today. Een Yuanrong was also wronged. He shouldn't have come today. Not to mention that the birthday girl, Madame Een, was his aunt in terms of seniority. He didn't even take Een Zhorong, his uncle, seriously. It was true that Madame Een sent the wedding invitation to the old residents, but according to usual practice, it was enough when the gift was delivered. Even his mother wasn't willing to lower herself to join in on the fun, let alone someone as proud as him. He could only blame himself for not having any official work today. He went out to have fun and happened to meet his cousins in this residence, so he was forcibly dragged over to drink. In fact, not long after he sat down, he wanted to slip away. It was really boring to drink with a group of teenagers and listen to their flattery. It would be better to hug a beautiful girl and listen to music. On the other side, Een Yuenbois was racking his brains to think of a way to prank him. A servant suddenly appeared behind him and whispered in his ear, "Young master, Madame is looking for you." Een Yuenbois got up impatiently and walked outside. Een Yuenrong saw him and took the opportunity to stop him. "Third brother, wait for me. Let's go together." Een Yuenbois stopped and turned back with a dry smile. "Third brother, I need to go." Een Yuenrong did not care about what he was going to do. He pushed aside the group of children who were fawning over him and strode forward. He grabbed Een Yuenbois' shoulder and pushed him out with a smile. "Let's go together. They want to go to the toilet." The others were too embarrassed to follow them and could only watch them leave. After leaving the central room and passing through the winding corridor, Een Yuenrong let go of Een Yuenbois and said, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. When you get back, remember to tell your eldest brother and second brother for me." Seeing that he was about to leave, Een Yuenbois hurriedly stopped him. It wasn't easy to catch him, so how could he let him go just like that? An idea suddenly came to his mind. He shamelessly said to Een Yuenrong, "Sangge, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have something good to show you." "What is it?" Een Yuenbois didn't have anything good to show him. He just wanted to keep him here. "That thing is interesting. You like it? Come with me." The servant couldn't help but remind him, "Young master, madam." "Madam? What madam?" Een Yuenbois glared at him and turned to Een Yuenrong. "My mother is afraid that us brothers will not take good care of you and neglect third brother." Een Yuenrong said casually, "We're brothers. No need to be so polite. What is it? Take me to see?" Okay. Een Yuenbois agreed. Seeing that the servant didn't move, he kicked the servant's butt and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." The servant had been ordered to take Een Yuenbois to the rear courtyard, but no one had told him what to do if there were other people with young master. Een Yuenbois kicked him so hard that he couldn't think straight and foolishly led the two to the rear courtyard. Yushu waited for the time it took to drink a cup of tea for Aunt Shui. Seeing that she didn't come out, she didn't rush her. She just waited and waited. Slowly, she felt stuffy. She wiped her forehead and sweat came out. It was autumn. One had to wear at least 2 layers of unlined clothing when going out. No matter how hot the sun was outside, one wouldn't sweat. Yushu took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat as she stood up and went around to the back of the room to look for Aunt Shui. Unsurprisingly, there was no one inside. There was a back door connecting the inner room to the corridor. Aunt Shui and the maidservant who led the way must have quietly left from here. She pulled the doorknob and found that the door was locked from the outside. Just then, she heard a not too loud "Kacha" sound in front of her. She turned around and quickly walked back to the front, only to find that the front door was also locked from the outside. The windows in the room were all closed, only letting in light but not wind. The front door and back door were both locked. There was no doubt that she was trapped here. In this situation, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to shout for help. She still couldn't figure out why Madame Een had locked her in this room. How did Aunt Shui be persuaded by her to follow an outsider to harm her? She walked around the room a few times and looked at every corner, but she didn't find anything special. Yushu wiped her sweaty neck with a handkerchief and sat back on the chair irritably. She frowned. Why was it getting hotter and hotter? If she wasn't very clear-headed and there wasn't any strange smell in the room, she would really suspect that Madame Een was so bold that she dared to drug her and wait for an opportunity to find someone to tarnish her innocence. If Madame Een didn't have a pumpkin on her neck, she should know the consequences of doing this. Did she really treat her as her own maidservant and kill her indiscriminately? She was an official of the imperial court with a black veil on her head. Once something happened, how could she, the wife of an assistant minister, bear the responsibility? You shouldn't think that Madame Ian was so stupid. The teapot on the table was empty. Soon, Yushu's mouth was dry and the back of her clothes was wet with sweat. Her close-fitting clothes were sticking to her body, making her feel sticky and uncomfortable. Yushu couldn't bear it anymore. She loosened her belt, took off her outer robe, threw it on the chair, took off her shoes, and stepped on the ground barefoot. Yushu looked down at the ground and walked back and forth a few steps. She sneered and said, I was wondering why it was so hot. It turned out that there was a fire dragon under the ground. In her luxurious house on Baochong Street, there were several bedrooms with fire dragons under the ground. The porcelain pipes were buried under the floorboards. They would heat up the moment they were burned. Although the charcoal was useless, they could drive away the cold in winter. Ordinary rich people couldn't afford such things. The room was getting hotter and hotter. Yushu's chest and back were wet with sweat, and the makeup on her face was smudged. She pulled the chair under the window and sat on it with her legs curled up. She fanned herself with her clothes while thinking about Madame Yin's tricks. She didn't know how much time had passed. Just when she was about to faint from the heat, there was finally some movement outside the door. With a click, the lock was unlocked. Yushu immediately stood up. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes and ran to open the door to get some fresh air. She was about to suffocate to death. Third brother, you said that you have something good to show me. Why did you bring me here? Haha, we're almost there. Don't worry. The voice was just in front of her. She could vaguely see figures. Yushu could tell that they were two men. Her mind turned quickly. In a flash, she closed the door in front of her with a bang. Such a loud sound alarmed Yin Yuanrong and Yin Yuanbua, who were not far away. They looked up at the tightly closed door in front of them and looked at each other. What happened just now? There seems to be someone. Let's go and take a look. The two of them came to the door one after another. As the owner, Yin Yuanbua went forward to push the door. He pushed it, but the door didn't move. He shouted unhappily, Who's hiding inside? Come out. Why did you run when you saw young master? Did you do something bad, huh? Yushu stood at the other side of the door with her hands against the door. Her face was black. The inside side of the door was not bolted, so it couldn't be locked from the inside. Her current appearance was indeed shameful. It was fine if her clothes were disheveled, but her chest and back were both wet. How could she let the two stinky brats see her? If she had a coat, she could still cover it, but she had taken it off just now, so she couldn't reach it. If she walked away, the people outside would be able to break the door and enter. If someone saw her in such a sorry state, they would go out and disturb the guests who were eating wine in the garden. Even if there was nothing wrong, people would still talk about it. She wasn't afraid of rumors, but she didn't like it when people casually made up stories. Damn it. Yushu heard that at least one of the people standing outside was the young master of the Yin family. Maybe it was the third young master who was so notorious that even dogs despised him. She instantly understood Mrs. Yin's plan. That woman was not willing to give up being her mother-in-law. I told you to come out. Did you hear me? Yin Yuanbua only thought that there was a servant hiding inside. He shouted several times, but no one answered. He felt embarrassed in front of Yin Yuanrong, so he kicked the door angrily. Bastard, come out. But this good-for-nothing usually didn't practice martial arts, so he was not as strong as Yushu. He kicked hard until his legs were numb, but the door was still closed. Yin Yuanrong was amused. He held back his laughter and said to Yin Yuanbua, Third brother, don't be angry. Let me do it. Yin Yuanbua reluctantly stepped aside. Yin Yuanrong turned his toes and was about to kick. As soon as he lifted his leg, he heard a cold voice coming from the door. Who's outside? How dare you be so presumptuous? It was a woman. Yin Yuanrong's ears pricked up, but his legs didn't move. He stared at the crack of the door and asked, Who are you? Why are you hiding? Are you a thief? Yushu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. She said, I am the lady messenger Miaoling who was personally bestowed the title by the emperor. I am now a guest in your residence and am changing here. As men, how can you intrude into the backyard? This is ridiculous. Yin Yuanrong's eyes lit up when he heard the woman's angry and cold tone. He was not shocked by Yu Shu at all. Instead, he laughed at her. What messenger meowing? You're hiding. I think you're a fake. Open the door and let me know who you are. After saying that, he pressed his hands on the door and pushed it forward. Yin Yuanrong was able to become the left deputy commander of Yulin Royal Guards at the age of 20. In terms of martial arts, he was much stronger than Yin Yuanbua, who was always at a disadvantage in fights. The resistance of Yu Shu on the other side of the door was almost nothing to him. He exerted a little force, and the door bounced open. Yu Shu staggered 2 steps back and fell to the ground. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and bent her legs. She raised her head and met Yin Yuanrong's piercing eyes with her angry almond-shaped eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't look at indecent things. If you look again, I'll poke your dog eyes blind." Yin Yuanrong was a little disappointed. He thought that the person behind the door was a stunning beauty. He didn't go to the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet on the 6th of June. Later, he heard people talking about this female fortune-teller. They all praised her and always thought she was a special beauty. But as soon as Yu Shu spoke, he narrowed his eyes, and the disappointment in his heart was instantly replaced by excitement. Chapter 673. After the feast, some guests took their leave. A few of them left in 2s and 3s. Madame Yin couldn't sit still anymore. It had been almost an hour since the mother and daughter left. There should have been some movement. She didn't want any accidents to happen. Just as she was thinking, a person rushed in from the corner door of the reception hall. Lady Yin saw that it was old maid Zhao, who she had sent to keep an eye on. From her expression, it seemed that something had happened. She was delighted and pretended not to see her. She turned her head away and waited for her to come forward. Unexpectedly, old maid Zhao didn't follow her previous instructions and shouted. Instead, she moved closer to her and whispered, "Madam, it's bad." Lady Yin thought that she was confused and frowned. However, when she heard the next sentence, she froze. Young Master Yuanrong went to the backyard with the 3rd master. They saw Miss Yu's untidy appearance. Lady Yin's expression couldn't help but change. The people around saw it and asked what happened. Lady Yin held her breath and swallowed it. She stood up and smiled at them. "It's nothing. There were a lot of guests today, so the gatekeeper didn't check carefully. A little thief sneaked in and was caught just now. I'll go see what happened. You guys sit first. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me to send you off when I come back." The guests didn't know the truth, so they all agreed. Lady Yin left with her people. As soon as she went out of the door and down the corridor, she turned her head and questioned old maid Zhao. "What did you do? Why did young Master Yuanrong go to the backyard?" She had been planning for today's matter for many days. After all, Yu Shu was an official, so it wasn't easy to control her. Fortunately, her mother, Xiao Cui, was a silly girl. After she introduced a few madams to her, she really thought that she was sincerely looking for a son-in-law from a noble family. According to her original plan, Xiao Cui coaxed the girl into that room and trapped her. Then she would burn Huolong and force her to take off her clothes. Then she would have someone bring Yuanbua over. When Yuanbua saw her untidy appearance, with his temper, he definitely wouldn't let it go. After that, old maid Zhao would go to the garden to find her and expose the matter in front of the guests. Half of the plan would be accomplished. It was a fact that her son had seen her in such a disgraceful state. As long as Yuanbua insisted that it was the lass who seduced him on purpose, the guests today would be biased towards the Yin family when the news got out. It would be the lass's fault for being indiscreet. With this in mind, no matter how important that lass's official position was, she would not be able to marry into a good family. She would not even be able to become a legal wife. Now that she had succeeded, all she had to do was wait for the storm to blow over. Then she could coax and scare Xiao Cui. In the end, this famous female fortune-teller might even cry and beg to marry into her family. Lady Yin had made a good plan, but she had never expected that Yin Yuanrong would interfere. With the appearance of such a person, her entire plan was ruined. Old maid Zhao said timidly, This servant also doesn't know. I clearly only asked third master come to the back courtyard. So why did young master Yuanrong come along? This servant followed your instructions to lock and open the door, but third master didn't manage to kick the door open. Instead, young master Yuanrong broke through the door. Both of them saw Miss Yu's sorry state. Madam, what should we do now? Should we make this matter public? Lady Yin clasped her hands together and twisted her fingers. After thinking it over again, she knew that she couldn't do it. She slapped old maid Zhao's face and angrily said, "Useless thing, shut up. Let's go, quickly take me there." Make it public? How could she make it public? Since Yin Yuanrong was involved, this matter could only be hidden. The third young master of the West residence was her eldest sister-in-law's favorite grandson. The old lady was extremely biased towards him. If she really did something dirty in her residence, even if she didn't do it on purpose, would the Prime Minister's estate believe her? They would definitely think that she had deliberately schemed against them. Just that powerful eldest sister-in-law alone wouldn't forgive her. When Lady Yin rushed to the backyard, Yin Yuanrong hadn't left yet. Yushu hadn't left in anger either. Together with Yin Yuanbua and the other two, they were sitting in the elegant room where the fire dragon had been burned, waiting for her, the mastermind. There were originally only 2 chairs in the room. Yushu had pulled one to the window earlier, and she was sitting there. She had already put her coat back on, covering her almost soaked inner clothes. Apart from her hair being a little messy, no one could tell that she had just been in the sauna for an hour. On the other chair, Yin Yuanrong sat with his legs crossed and one hand supporting his chin. He stared at Yushu without any scruples. Yin Yuanbua stood at the door and asked someone to bring a chair from next door. The room was too stuffy, and he couldn't stand the heat. Yushu's face was cold from beginning to end. She ignored everyone. Yin Yuanrong teased her for a long time, but she didn't even give him a cold look in return. However, he didn't give up. After a while, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Are you really the female official who attracted the rain at the Water and Land Conference?" "I don't think so. How old are you? Are you 15? Are you of marriageable age?" Yushu had washed her face with sweat and wiped off her makeup. Her curved eyebrows and flushed face made her look very young and tender. "Still angry? I told you I didn't do it on purpose." "If you had said you weren't wearing clothes, I definitely wouldn't have barged in." He deliberately emphasized the words, "not wearing clothes," hoping to provoke Yushu. Even if she quarreled with him, it would be more interesting than him talking to himself. "Say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Sai, how about this? Tell me clearly why you're hiding in this room without clothes. I won't tell anyone. If you won't say, then I'll just make a random guess." Are you admiring my reputation? Did you know that you would meet me today? So you didn't wear clothes in an attempt to seduce me? Isn't that right? I guess I'm right. You tacitly agree. Yushu didn't say anything, but in her heart, she silently slapped the mouth of this shameless man 100 times. Lady Yin walked to the door and happened to hear Yin Yuanrong's last 2 sentences. Her eyes flashed. "Mother!" Yin Yuanbua jumped up from his chair to greet her. Lady Yin pulled him back and pinched his palm hard, hinting for him not to speak. She stopped outside the door and muttered, "Why did you call Mother over in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to stay in the front courtyard to entertain the guests?" As she spoke, she stepped into the room and looked around first. She looked at Yin Yuanrong and then looked at Yushu. She forced out a surprised expression. "Miss Yu, I didn't see you two return to the banquet in such a long time. I thought you two had left long ago. Why did you come here?" Yushu looked at her coldly, pretending to be ignorant. She didn't move from her chair and slowly said, "Shouldn't Madam know best why I'm here?" Lady Yin pretended to be confused. "What do you mean? What do I know? Miss Yu, where's your mother? Why don't I see her?" Yushu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Lady Yin, I just want to ask you, does your family want to become enemies with me today?" It wasn't that she didn't do a divination before she left, but she didn't expect that a good divination would make her suffer a loss. She was careless. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have saved that bit of Tihu incense and wouldn't have made a fool of herself today. Right now, she was in someone else's territory, so she would be the one at a disadvantage if she caused trouble. She should leave first and then argue later. Hearing this, Lady Yin's face instantly turned serious, and she said unhappily, I asked you what happened, but you refused to tell me. Why are you questioning me like this? I treat you as a guest, so don't go too far. Yushu nodded as if she had heard her answer. She pressed on the armrest and stood up. She lowered her head to rearrange the hem of her sleeves and said, If you respect me, I will respect you tenfold. Don't regret humiliating me today. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and strode past the mother and son. She didn't look back. When had Lady Yin ever been spoken to so harshly like this? She turned around and stared at Yushu's back as she walked away. She wanted to poke 2 holes in her back. She was extremely annoyed. If it weren't for Yin Yuanrong's presence, she wouldn't have let her go so easily. On the other side, Yin Yuanrong also came to a realization. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't understand the situation at the beginning. Just now, after hearing Yushu's words, he had a rough idea. Could it be that his aunt wanted to bring Yin Yuanbua and that little girl together, but he ruined her plans? Yin Yuanrong rubbed his chin and didn't want to stay any longer. He got up and bowed to the gloomy Lady Yin. He chuckled and said, There's nothing for me to do here, so I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first. What else could Lady Yin say? It couldn't be better that Yin Yuanrong didn't ask about it. Her voice softened, and she said apologetically, I invited you to my mansion for a wedding feast, but you met with such trash. I don't have the face to keep you here. You should go. Yuanbua, see your cousin off. Yin Yuanbua followed Yin Yuanrong reluctantly and left. Chapter 674. Aunt Shui was found in a pavilion in the corner of the garden. She was drunk, but she still remembered Madame Yin's instructions. After tricking Yushu into that room, she didn't immediately return to the banquet. Instead, she wandered here alone and fell asleep on the stone table. Old maid Zhao brought the sleepy Aunt Shui to Madame Yin. She didn't know that things had gone wrong, so she asked Madame Yin excitedly, What's wrong? Has it been done? Has Sanlang from the Prime Minister's mansion taken a fancy to my daughter? Madame Yin Deng refrained from slapping her in the face and scolding her for daydreaming. She turned her head and signaled old maid Zhao to guard outside the door in case anyone heard them. Why do you think concubine Shui would listen to her and trick her own daughter? Wasn't it because concubine Shui used Yin Yuanrong's name to deceive her? Previously, concubine Shui had repeatedly praised concubine Shui, making her think that Yushu was now worthy of the nobility, but that her family background was holding her back. As a result, concubine Shui plotted today, forcing Yin Yuanrong to come and propose marriage. Madame Yin Deng didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. Yin Yuanrong really got involved by accident and messed up the plan. Why don't you go back and ask your good daughter what she did? Madame Yin said angrily. Aunt Shui sensed that something was wrong and became nervous. What did she do? Did she run away? Didn't she bump into the Prime Minister's young master? Madame Yin sneered and said, I did bump into her, but before I could act as a witness for her, she scolded me in front of my nephew and left with a flick of her sleeve. I can't afford to offend your precious daughter. With such a character, I don't dare to act as a matchmaker. Just take what happened earlier as my good intentions were in vain. Let's forget about it. You can go back now. Aunt Shui said with a red face. She was angry and embarrassed. She patted her thigh and said, That wicked girl, how dare, how dare. Madam, please don't be angry. I'll definitely teach her a lesson when I get back. I'll beat her to death. At this point, Madame Yin had no patience to deal with her. She could only push the blame onto Yushu to smooth things over. She asked the mother and daughter to go back to the nest to fight among themselves. Since it was Aunt Shui who was involved, Madame Yin could not put the blame on her. No matter how angry that girl was, Madame Yin could not expose what happened today. Lady Yin dismissed Aunt Shui fearlessly and turned to talk to her youngest son. She had to carefully remind him not to say a word about Yin Yuanrong running into Yushu today. She didn't care about Yu Shu's reputation, but she was afraid that the sister-in-law of the West Mansion would make trouble for her. Aunt Shui returned home dejectedly. Suppressing her anger, she rushed to the north wing, but was stopped by two maidservants who were guarding the door. "Madam, please wait for a moment. Allow this servant to go in and inform her." "Get away from me. I'm her mother. Do I need you to inform her if I want to see her?" Aunt Shui pushed them away. It was the first time that the two little maidservants encountered such a thing. They were a little helpless and didn't dare to stop her. Then she broke in. It was funny that Aunt Shui had lived in this mansion for many days, but it was the first time that she took the initiative to come to Yu Shu's place. There were 2 suites in the north wing and more than 10 rooms. She didn't know which room was the one guarded by the maidservants. It was rare for her to be smart. She rushed to the one guarded by the maidservants. "Get out of the way." Akiko Abe was standing outside the door. Since she recovered, she was called by Yu Shu to serve her. Yu Shu was not afraid of her strange things because she was very obedient. She liked her more than the 2 sisters who were bought from the supply house at a high price. Akiko Abe stood in the middle of the door and stopped Aunt Shui. Akiko Abe bowed and said in a low voice, "Master is taking a bath in the inner room. Madam, go next door and drink some tea to calm down. Wait for Master to come out." Aunt Shui didn't listen to her. She reached out and pulled her. "I'm her mother. Why haven't I seen her?" Akiko Abe hugged her arm and knelt down in front of her. Then she whispered, "Madam, please calm down. This servant deserves to die." No matter what mother she was, her master told her to guard the door. She had to guard it. She wouldn't let anyone go in. Aunt Shui was firmly held by her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. In a fit of anger, she slapped Akiko Abe's face. "You little bitch, get out of my way." After being slapped, Akiko Abe's face was burning. But she didn't say anything and didn't let go. The noise in this room alarmed the busy servants in the courtyard. Some were washing clothes, some were cleaning, and some were taking a nap. They all ran out to see what was going on. When they saw concubine Shui's posture, they all knelt down and tried to persuade her to calm down. However, they were not as stubborn as Abe Kizo, who dared to pull their master. With such a noise, Yu Shu, who was in the room, heard it. She closed her eyes and sat in the bathtub. Then she rubbed the sticky discomfort on her body. After washing, she wrung her hair dry and wrapped it with a towel. Then she put on a dry and soft silk dress. She stepped on the wooden clogs and walked outside. There was a teapot and a pair of round peach blossom porcelain cups. The temperature of the water was just right. She poured a cup and sat cross-legged on the couch. Then she slowly drank it. After that, she let out a long sigh of relief. Then she aimed at the door. She raised her hand and threw the empty cup at the door. Bang! The outside of the room was quiet for a moment. Yu Shu stared at the door with a blank expression and said, "Akiko, let her come in." Then the door was opened. Aunt Shui almost fell in. Her mouth was cursing. "You are a group of slaves. You should be killed 1,000 times. You don't take me seriously. Each and every one of you should die." Bang! Yu Shu also threw the other cup. Aunt Shui was stunned. "Go back to what you should do." The servants outside the room scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, only Akiko Abe was left. "Akiko, close the door and come to me." Akiko Abe obediently closed the door and quickly moved to the couch. Then she silently knelt at her feet and bowed her head. Yu Shu lifted her chin and looked at her swollen face. This child was born with a fairer skin than ordinary people. The fingerprints on her face were particularly obvious. Fortunately, there were no scratches. Otherwise, Yu Shu would be distressed. She couldn't find a servant like her in the entire Dan dynasty. Aunt Shui saw that Yu Shu ignored her and cared about a servant. She couldn't help but feel depressed in her heart. Could it be that she, as a mother, was not as important as a servant? Yu Shu touched Akiko's head and made her kneel on the couch. Then she looked up and talked to Aunt Shui. "Why did you come back?" At this moment, Aunt Shui was dizzy with anger. Her courage flew out, and she screamed, "I came back to settle accounts with you, you damn girl. I worked hard to arrange a good marriage for you, but it was all ruined by you. You even dare to scold the madam. What else do you not dare to do? She did something wrong, but she righteously blamed Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu had just taken a bath, so her anger had dissipated by half. Otherwise, she might have done something outrageous. Not knowing what kind of magic potion Madame Een and Ding had fed Aunt Shui, Yushu simply didn't defend herself. She waited until she finished scolding and gasped for breath before she slowly said, "You arranged a good marriage, but you lied to me to take off my clothes and wait for people to offend me?" Aunt Shui angrily said, "Is he an ordinary person? He is the son of the Prime Minister's mansion. His character and appearance are first class. He is a good husband that can't be found even with a lantern. What kind of noble person do you think you are? Will you lose a piece of your flesh if you let him see you? If you can marry into his family, you will burn incense for several lifetimes. You will smile even in your dreams. Why are you dissatisfied with a marriage that can't be found even with a lantern?" Her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced through the roof. Looking at her flushed face and fierce look, Yushu suddenly felt that it was very meaningless to argue with a woman like her. Even if she could persuade her today, she would still take the opportunity to be muddle-headed tomorrow. She knew that this person didn't learn her lesson. She was selfish, greedy, and only cared about profit. Perhaps to Yu Xiaoxiu, she still had some motherly heart, but to her own daughter, she was the culprit who caused her to be unable to climb into the young master's bed when she was young and beautiful and had to leave her hometown to live a hard life. She couldn't love her from the bottom of her heart, so she didn't think about her and didn't even care about her life. Even if her food and clothes were given by Yushu, even if her face when she went out was given by Yushu, she wouldn't care about Yushu at all because she felt that it was natural. In her view, these were all things that her daughter owed her. She enjoyed them with a clear conscience and didn't feel the slightest bit grateful. If she was really an honest, ancient woman with such a mother, who didn't hesitate to plot her daughter to take off her clothes in order to cling to the rich and powerful, then she would probably kill herself. Fortunately, this was not her mother. Fortunately, she had no feelings for this woman. All the tolerance and kindness she gave her was only for Yu Xiaoxiu, her younger brother. You want to be in-laws of the Prime Minister's Fu? Do you think that your current life isn't good enough? Yu Shu asked. Right now, you have to have 10 sets of clothes made of fine cloth every season. I allowed it. You have to eat a table full of food and drink every time you have to drink birds' nest no fungus. I also allowed it. That woman said that the clothes didn't have jewelry to match, so I spent several hundred taels to have a goldsmith make them and send them to you. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. What are you still dissatisfied with? Every time Aunt Shui heard her say this, her anger would weaken. In the end, she opened her mouth but couldn't be fierce anymore. She said with a lack of confidence and grievance, "I'm doing it for your own good." Yushu shook her head and calmly told her, "I don't need you to do what's best for me. Let me ask you, today at the assistant minister's Fu, have you ever thought that if I was forced to take off my clothes and the person I saw when I opened the door wasn't the young master of the Prime Minister's Fu, but a random manservant or a guest who accidentally barged in, and that person already has a family background, would I still want to protect my reputation and become someone else's servant or concubine? If this gets out and my reputation is ruined, there will be an imperial censor who will report me for misconduct and become a celestial commissioner. I will lose my salary and no one will curry favor with me. Think about it. Will you still be able to live such a luxurious life?" Aunt Shui was stunned and her face slowly paled. People were like this. Rather than scolding and harming others, it was better to let her know that she almost harmed herself. Only then would she panic and know that she was wrong. "I'll let you go out to relax and make friends, not to cause trouble for me. This time, you almost harmed the entire family. If I don't care about you, sooner or later, you will implicate us and we will all have to beg on the streets. For the sake of the entire family, from now on, you don't need to leave this door. It's best to stay in your small courtyard and live the rest of your life in peace." Today's matter had finally exhausted Yu Shu's patience with Aunt Shui. From now on, she would not tolerate her even a little for Yu Xiaoxiu. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.